do this. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. How the heck are you? Yeah, it's Kate and me, and we're talking about stuff, and she's trying to get me to save my own damn life. And you guys,
And she's refusing.
yeah,
She's making this a gigantic production where it's like you. I keep saying you got a potential support network. You have an offer of a support network, and you've seen how the atheist community rallies around. But here you are going, "Oh, I'm not worthy, and I'm scared of it anyway." Jeez. I mean, if you're this close to death anyway, take a chance.
Hi, Fold. How you doing, Mage, honey? Yay!
Not entirely certain I know, Fulf.
I know that Fold has been here because Fold has a spanner, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember very much about Fold.
How the hell do they even call them spanners? They're not spanning things, they're wrenches.
Well, it is spanning that nut. You know, you go on either side of the nut. Is that it?
Even if it was, so many other things span too. There's no reason this one should get the nod.
Yeah, there you go.
So, yes, Mage, she's still fighting, giving herself a better life. I seriously, your stubbornness it rivals mine, and it's beyond frustrating.
Now you know how other people see you, huh?
It's not this bad though, because when someone wants to save my life, I say to them, "Go ahead." You know, I mean, an offer of help is not something I'll turn down unless I sincerely don't need it and can fend for myself, like accomplish the goal that help was meant to aid all by myself. I'll turn them down. But if it's something I actually can't do on my own, no, no, no. I'm gonna take all the help I can get.
Oh my!
Hmm.
Like I said, it's scary. It's very scary.
Yeah, well, a lot of things are scary.
And, you know, it's
Trying to decide if I want to like actually risk a movie theater
hmm. I
because I
don't know.
still haven't seen Ghostbusters 3.
It's only three. I thought it was four by now. No.
No, there's Ghostbusters, Ghostbusters 2, and now Ghostbusters Afterlife.
Okay then.
Yep.
Is this the one where they changed everything out for an all-female cast?
No,
No.
that's a piece of shit that stole the name. No,
Oh.
Ghostbusters Afterlife is the one where they kind of sort of pass it off to the next generation through, I think, Egon's granddaughter, I want to say.
Oh. Okay.
Basically some kids from the trailer. Some kids go to like vacation or they move somewhere because a relative died. It turns out to be Egon. That much is obvious. And like all of a sudden, ghosts start ravaging the town around about the same time that the kids discover the ectomobile in like a garage somewhere and learn how to use it.
Oh. Okay.
So, I mean, it looks interesting. I'm usually not a huge fan of like passing the torch to the next generation because often the next generation is shit. But based on what I saw in the trailer, it looks like they're trying to be true to the lore. So, I'm going to give it a whirl
Oh.
where a lot
Okay.
of like decades long, like coming out decades too long after the fact sequels are usually shit. So I don't know, but that trailer looked pretty good. I'm gonna give it a whirl, but I don't know if I want to actually go to the movie theater, and I don't know if I have to mask up for it now that lots of people are vaccinated either. I can always just take a mask with me, but
You
still,
could.
if a mask is required, I'm not sure I want to spend 90 to however many like 120 minutes in a mask.
Yeah. It gets a little old because I was spending about 4.5 hours in a mask this morning, and just the stench of my own breath was getting on my nerves.
Mage, I was looking at the release date and it was a couple of days ago. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I sincerely saw that somewhere.
I don't know. I don't seek these things out.
Hmm.
Okay,
Huh.
Ghostbusters
Well,
Afterlife
that's weird.
release
It does
date.
say November 11th. I swear I saw a release date that said June.
Well, honey, this one says June 11th.
Yeah.
When I looked it up on the Google thing.
I mean, I looked it up on IMDb, but yeah, right here, June 11th, 2021.
Yeah.
And I wonder, like, I could probably even look up. Oh, oh, it says it was delayed again on. Oh, but that says January 22 end. That is not accurate. Ugh, I hate getting like 1,000 different answers.
So wait a minute. Yeah, this is because you're seeing June 11th, and then unfortunately it was later delayed again to 11 June before getting delayed one final time till 11 November. So now I don't know what they're doing. Now I don't know at all.
Okay, well, I'm looking on Fandango, and it looks like it is indeed in theaters.
Okay.
Uh, oh, I don't want to sign up for anything. I just want movie times. Oh, but this says November 11th. What the fuck, man? I can't get accurate info on this one. All right, Reg Movies, Adam Tickets, Showtimes.com. None of this is really okay. No Showtime. I guess it is delayed, but that date I saw said June 11th, and it was recently that I saw it. Very frustrating.
Well, the one I was just reading from was datelined the 9th of June.
Well, if it comes out in 11 or in November, well, more people will be vaccinated. We'll probably be feeling better, and masks may not be a factor. And I have to take a flight in December, and I don't know if masks will be required for that.
Okay, then. Yeah, you're going to San Francisco, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
just a brief visit, 2 days. I hope
Okay.
to see the Metreon again.
Oh, yay.
Love the Metreon. Oh my gosh.
Hi, Colleen. How you doing, honey? Yay.
I mean, have you ever walked into a place and just immediately felt at home? Like
Yeah,
a place you've never been?
I did that at the Air and Space Museum in D.C.
Hmm.
Felt just like I belonged there.
Well, when I walked into the Metreon, I didn't understand it at first until I looked up who designed the place. And it turns out Ralph McQuarrie, who also did the visual art for the original Star Wars trilogy. No wonder I felt at home.
Okay, then.
I mean, you know.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable. Um,
Also, hi, Colleen. I'm very, very tired. Got rotten sleep last night. It was not restful and it was only 4 hours. So, yeah, I was on Critical Cripple's show like an hour ago and I kept nodding off through it.
oops.
So,
Yeah, so,
I'm not great at the moment, actually.
well, if this one runs short, I was probably thinking of running short as well. I had the dialysis this morning, and it may have taken a little bit more than creatinine out of me. So,
Well, I know that you said that, like, towards the end of it, you start to get a bit of a headache or something. But
yeah,
what does it feel like prior to that?
not much. It feels like sitting in the chair.
That's it. You don't feel like blood flowing through an IV or some shit?
No.
Huh. Wacky fun.
Yeah,
Okay.
you would expect to feel something, and you really don't.
Well, and I'm also not sure whether I'm mixing up dialysis with chemo. Because I've been
Okay.
told that chemo is just straight up agony.
Well, no, this I would not call this agony. No.
Well,
Um,
that's why I'm wondering whether I'm mixing the two up or
it could well
assuming
be.
they're the same or something.
Let's find a Ouija board and you can ask Hitchens.
Right. Yeah. Maybe it can be my birthday wish.
There you go. Oh my! No, what was really nice. The people at the center are actually really nice kids. So we got a chance to talk about shit and everything else, and well, they had the whole setup thing going, and the social worker was there, and I'm finding out that getting back and forth is going to be a real pain in the arse. Um,
Why is that? I mean, don't they send that access van for you?
I'm not eligible for access because I guess I get a little too much money. And then, what's the other one? There was another one that I'm not eligible for some stupid ass reason. I may
Not
have.
elderly enough?
Yeah, that could be. Yeah, that might be it.
Which is weird given that you were born in the 1600s.
Yes, absolutely. I may be taking a bus back and forth.
Fun.
Yeah,
How
'cause
far is it?
it's only about a mile and a half, 2 miles, something like that.
Have you
Uh,
looked for alternatives?
well, there's always Uber if I absolutely have to.
Well, okay. Have you looked for alternatives that cost as much as access? In other words, zero.
There's one place or one thing that Strike's sister told me about, and I have to call that place and ask that person about it. It's also through the state of Pennsylvania, but it's not quite the same thing as access. And allegedly, he told her that I am qualified. So, she gave him the information I gave her. And so I just have to call him and find out if this is real. And if it is, then maybe at least until birthday number 65, I'll be okay, maybe.
Well, just typing in Pittsburgh free transport to hospitals, I'm seeing a shit ton.
Okay.
So I would recommend doing that.
Okay, I'm going to do that while we're talking here. I'm going to type that in Pittsburgh. Okay, yeah. Pittsburgh free transport to hospital.
Make that plural, please. That's what I did.
Oh, okay, because this one was just putting up a singular. Um,
Oh,
well,
if I'm reading this one right, it looks like we could take you there in a helicopter or an airplane, apparently.
oh,
I'm looking at airambulanceworldwide.com, and they have a section for Pittsburgh, but somehow I don't think they're going to fly you to the hospital.
no, I don't think so. Yeah,
Uh,
okay. I decided that I would change from hospital to dialysis center. We're showing medical assistance transportation program. That's the one they told me I'm ineligible for, or one of them anyway. Older persons transport program, Allegheny County. Let's see what this is. Um, yes, dear. What? Kitty is after me. She's tapping on my
meow.
shoulder or whatever.
You ever like meow back at your cats? It seems to really confuse them.
Oh, I do that all the time. Yeah, we meow back and forth all over the place.
Well, I
Uh,
mean, if my cats ever want something from me, you know, and they're meowing and meowing and meow, I'll just meow back if I'm not ready to give it to them. You know, like right now, there's what almost 20 minutes until food time. I can expect Columbia to come by in the next few minutes and just stare at me meaningfully.
okay, now this one isn't worth crap. Um, age 65 and over, 2 round trips per month. or I said
Yeah,
I'm
that's not
taking
gonna work, is it?
three per week, and then
Have you actually asked at the dialysis center?
yes,
Okay.
yeah, I was talking to their social worker this morning.
And the
Um,
social worker said, like, you can't take that transport thingy that you just described, but did you ask for other options?
yeah, she's looking.
Okay.
She seems to be a little more on the ball than the person at the medical clinic I go to. Oh, thank
Gotcha.
thank you for reminding me though. I need to make an appointment with David because he's gonna want to see me, and then I have that hematology appointment on the 8th of July, and God, I'm gonna have doctor's appointments all over hell, and I'm gonna be paying for doctor's appointments all over hell. This is not my idea of a good time. But this is what happens when you live long enough to see your kidneys die.
And this is what it sounds like when doves cry.
Yeah, and GSM, the
Actually, it's
insurance,
weird. I don't.
hmm?
Yeah.
GSM, the insurance tells me that they have transportation. I've tried to use it. This is the one where you make an appointment, and the guy's gonna come pick you up, and half hour before you're due at the place, the guy calls and says, "I can't make it." This has happened
Mm,
more than
did they ever
once.
say why they can't make it?
No, they never do. They just say they can't make it, and he
Do you
sounds,
ask?
yeah, and he just nothing. And he's got an.
Oh.
It sounds like he's got an IQ of about 35,
How many times have you tried this system?
at least three.
And the same experience every time?
Yep, unfortunately. As a
I
matter
wonder how
of,
that's even a little bit sustainable.
yeah, I think they don't care about providing the service because it costs money and everything. When I,
Still, it sounds like the transportation equivalent of all of those like Uber Eats and Bring Me That and all those DoorDash employees who snack on the meals they're delivering.
there you go, there you go. Um, for the biopsy, I had one of those rides scheduled, and like half hour before I have to be at the hospital, the guys, I can't make it, and it's a damn good thing that Jeff wouldn't leave me alone until I let him come out here and take me.
Well, we shouldn't have to be doing that.
I know. Hi, Mom NATO. How you doing,
Hi,
honey?
sweetie.
Oh, well, it seems like it's been a while
Not
since
too
I've
bad.
seen you.
A couple of weeks, yeah.
How you
I missed
doing?
yesterday or Sunday. I was not feeling well, and by the time I actually woke up, it was like 3 o'clock. So I
Well, it's kind of.
slept.
I think we ran until what, around 8?
I saw that. I tried watching the show, but just couldn't get through it all. Congratulations on the temporary dialysis, by the way.
Well, yeah, I was there this morning.
How are you feeling? Is it helping?
Well, I feel a little bit worn out. I mean,
Well, yeah.
I did some serious napping before the show.
Uh huh.
I don't know how this is going to continue, if it's going to be like this forever, or if I'm going
No,
to.
Are you considering getting that thing installed instead of going to the center?
things
Oh,
will get better.
I am thinking about the peritoneal dialysis. Yes, I am. It's a
How
real.
does that even work?
Well, what they basically do is put a hose through your abdominal wall, and you fill your body well, not fill your body cavity, but you pour. Um, it's basically isotonic solution. They call it
Saline.
the saline ringer or something like that. You pour that in there, and osmosis will draw the the nasties out of your cardiovascular system and the um,
The saline?
into the saline, and then you
Oh,
drain that out. Yeah, you do this overnight,
Oh.
from my
It
understanding.
sounds a little colostomy baggy.
It does. You've got that
Mm,
you've got that tube permanently
okay.
installed in your gut.
Speaking of which, do you still have that hose in your chest?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that
Yeah.
permanent or does
No.
that come out at some point?
That's going to
Okay.
come out when I finally decide what they call it a modality is. You know, if
Yeah.
I'm going to have the hemodialysis or I'm going to have the peritoneal. I guess, from what I understand, I am not allowed to have um, home hemodialysis because I don't have a spotter.
Oh, maybe they could get you somebody who could be a spotter.
I don't know. You know, it's like, can I?
They do have like walk into your home nursing services
Right.
that exist.
My mom's got it. Hospice.
It all
And-
depends.
Yeah,
what
there
it
you go. I
is
couldn't think of that word.
They come by once a week to check on her. And, there are companies that will do for hospice daily visits.
Well, it
If
all
you
dep-
choose to go that way, how many times, like a week, a day, whatever, do you basically have to saline yourself?
what, the peritoneal?
Yeah.
That's every day.
Okay. So basic. Oh, okay. Well,
What about
but you
the
don't need a spotter for that one. You need a spotter for the home dialysis, which you
Right,
probably
hemostasis.
For the
can't
home
do
hemo, yeah.
once a week, can you?
Well, the home hemodialysis, that's 3 times a week, just like going into the center.
Right.
Well, that
but
would
the point
still-
is, if this nurse comes in only once a week, it's not workable, is it?
No, it
Well,
isn't. No.
they can arrange it for as you need the nurses. My mom only needs a nurse once every 2 weeks now. And they come in, they check her blood pressure, they check her medicines, make sure she's doing okay, and then they leave.
Oh, a lot
Well, there you
depends
go.
too
You
on
order up a spotter.
a lot depends too on what I can afford.
It's paid for by her Medicaid and Medicare, by her insurance.
Okay, so I would have to see if Medicare would consider this something they would allow me, or if they would consider it a luxury.
Right.
Well, that's another question, actually, and I hadn't thought of it before. What if the insurance rules are different where Purple lives? What is that, Minnesota?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe their rules are different, and you can get a more beneficial, like, medical package through the state. Maybe even better food stamps. Goodness knows, when I was in Seattle and had to be on food stamps, I was getting something crazy like 170 smackers a month. So maybe a change in location will actually make things a
It
ton
can.
easier financially. You might want to look into Minnesota's rules on that.
I know in Missouri, for me and Tornado, I was only getting $60 in food stamps a month. And when we moved down to Florida, they gave me $218.
I'll tell you.
So
I
big
told,
difference.
I told Kate in the green room, and I mean, I might as well say it. It's going to come out anyway. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but I'm afraid I'm going to wear out my welcome, and everything's going to go south.
No.
Oh, but you're afraid of
no.
every damn
Okay,
thing.
Diana,
Come on,
there's a
You gotta
difference.
take a risk and not be so worried of pissing your pants.
Yeah, you know what? Everybody understands that you're sick right now. And that's not going to cause an issue, I don't think. I think you're more worried about it than they are.
Besides, I remember when Purple was discussing it, you weren't going to be a roomie.
Right.
No, you're going to have your
No.
own
Find an
house.
apartment. It's hard to wear out your welcome when you're not living there.
Yeah. And trust me, wearing out your welcome, a lot of people will take a lot of shit. I had people who were only supposed to live with me a couple of weeks. They lived with me for 2 years.
Well, that's the kind
And-
of stuff that I don't want to do to people.
Well, I know.
But you're not going
but
to be living there, are you?
Right.
You're going to have your own
I-
place.
I was the one who decided to let them stay that long. Okay? That's on me. They didn't wear out their welcome because of anything they did. I just got tired of having too many people in my house. Okay? There's a big difference between one person and a cat and 2 adults and 2 more kids, plus me and Tornado.
Yeah, because
Okay.
I'm being told things like, yeah, we can take you here and we can take a shot and all this other stuff, and all this stuff they're doing for you. It's finally gonna take a toll, isn't it? Where you're,
Well,
No.
no, they're giving you an initial start. They're not saying, "Hey, we're going to support you until you die."
Yeah, they're just saying, we'll help you get started. And once everything is set up and you can move into your own apartment, we'll put you in your own apartment and we'll go from there. And if you need rides to some place, we can do that. That's not a problem because you're nearby.
Yeah,
There's a
and
big difference between it being offered and you asking.
yeah, you're not freeloading on anybody when it's freely
Right.
offered.
Right. Do you know? I'll give you an example. You know, my neighbors mow my grass for free. I didn't ask them, didn't go over and knock on their door and say, hey, can I borrow your mower? I was sleeping and then somebody was knocking on my door and they're like, hey, do you mind if we mow your grass? I'm like, what's it going to cost me? Nothing. We just want to do it. It's being neighborly. Okay, do you want any? You sure you don't want any gas money? No, 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 no. My husband loves riding on his mower. We'll do it for free. You don't have to give us
Oh,
anything.
it was a riding mower. It makes so much more sense now.
It's a 0-turn riding mower. It's a nice mower. It's a Husqvarna. It's the big orange ones.
Oh,
Yeah, the ones where
so
you have the
it makes
bars.
so much more sense that they would offer when it's not a push mower.
Yeah. Well, I have 3/4 of an acre of yard. Yeah, you don't want to push mow this thing. But the
oh,
point
but that's how you
is
could
that
keep Tornado busy.
yes. But the point is they offered. And I haven't gone over and asked them to do it again, but I got told by Guy, which is the husband, hey, I'm going to come over tomorrow and do your yard, and then we're going to cut down all that brush we picked up the last time so that they'll take it in the trash truck. He actually went, he had to go out and buy a chainsaw anyway. So he's going to cut down all the big piles of brush that are in my yard that we picked up and piled up so that they'll take it in the trash.
Hi, Amanda.
So-
How you doing, honey?
Ugh.
I saw Dave's show. You know how she's doing.
Oh my! If you want, I'll bring you in.
So I
Well,
took my
I'll warn you, she's stoned and a little bit aggro.
yeah. Oh,
Oh yay!
this is my new medical device, which is my wrist blood pressure cuff.
Oh, fun.
Oh yeah, I took my blood pressure this morning. Was actually kind of shocked. It was down to 112/80.
Gee, I think they. Okay, if that was on me, they'd call me dead.
Well, that's a normal blood pressure.
112 over 8. Okay.
Yeah. There's a, I don't know if you can see it. There's a set of colors.
Yes,
Green
the red,
being-
yellow, and green.
Yeah, red, yellow, green, and orange. Normally, before I started back on my pills, I was sitting in the orange and red.
Uh-huh. Oh, I know
So-
what that feels like.
The last week, I've been in the yellow, which is good.
When I was in hospital, my blood pressure was, well, which one is the high number? Is that the systolic number?
Yes, systolic, diastolic. The top number.
The top number was consistently over 180, and a couple times it was pushing 200.
I don't
Oof.
remember the numbers, but like I ask every time they take my blood pressure at the doctor's. I ask if it's good, and these days they say it's normal. But when I was a teenager and in my 20s,
Mhm.
it was absurdly low. Like not
Mhm.
low enough to worry them, but way lower than normal regardless.
Right.
I don't know why.
Generally, normal is considered between 100 and 120/80.
Mm.
Anything higher than that is considered something to keep an eye on. If you push 180 over 120, then you need to be in the hospital on medicine.
Okay, but those are high blood pressures. Mine was low.
Right, but the alternate is true. If your blood pressure is too low, they want to put you on something to raise your blood pressure because you can pass out.
Yeah, yeah. Now these.
Almost did a couple of times. Like, you know, when you stand up and stretch
Right.
and you get that head rush because you've been sitting so long?
Yeah.
There was once on a road trip with my parents. We stopped at a rest stop and I got out of the car and stretched and immediately slumped against the car. And my mom was flipping out. My dad was flipping out. They thought I was sick or something. And I'm like, no, no, no. It's just a head rush. Leave me alone and let's go get some jujubes at the rest stop, you know?
Yeah.
So,
So
because
wait
this
a
was one of
minute
those
here.
rest stops that had like a convenience store as well as
There we
just,
go.
you know, bathrooms.
Yeah. That's why when my blood pressure was 191 over 110, they gave me something in the hospital while I was there to lower my blood pressure.
They have.
Because at 180 over 120, you can start bursting veins.
Yes, absolutely. And
Yeah.
they have me on two
Mhm.
antihypertensives.
Oh my.
I am on
Okay.
lisinopril and amlodipine.
I'm on hydrochlorothiazide.
Oh, the
Man,
theoretic.
I love the
Yes.
names of drugs. They're so
Yeah.
wacky. You know,
Well,
to this day, I find it difficult to say, what is
okay.
it, hydroxychloroquine or something? I always end up
Yeah.
saying oxymoxyfloxacin.
Okay, okay.
Well, to give you an idea, this is a very tiny, bitsy pill.
Spider.
Yeah.
What is
Yeah.
that, half milligram?
No, that is actually 25 milligrams.
Tayo korostu.
But the only problem with this medication is the warning on here. Avoid prolonged exposure to direct sunlight or artificial sunlight.
Why?
Okay, she's photosensitive on that stuff.
Yes.
Hmm.
Not only am I photosensitive, but burn easily anyway. So they're going, well, you need to be outside and getting more vitamin C and vitamin D. And I'm like, problem with that. My blood pressure, the diuretic you've got me on says avoid direct sunlight or artificial sunlight. So, you know, that kind of makes it hard to be outside to get vitamin D.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Well, you know, the pills I'm trying to take, melatonin, for sleep, because I haven't been getting REM sleep, it seems like, and I'm just fucking exhausted. In fact, if you could see me right now, I've moved the microphone so it's pointed at the floor, and I'm lying on the floor because I really don't want to sit in a chair right now. And so the thing is, I'm having a hard time finding anything in the right dose. Like usually they sell melatonin in like 3 milligram capsules, and I need literally 1/10 of that, right? Now, I think I have a pill cutter somewhere, but if not, I'm going to have to use a kitchen knife. This is going to get interesting. Also, those melatonin pills, last night I had the first one. And I stuck it in my mouth, and I was walking towards the fridge to get some like orange juice to wash it down with. And all of a sudden, the taste of the pill hit me.
Oh,
Now,
boy.
imagine like you have some peaches, and they've just got bad enough to be stinky, but not so bad you can smell them across the house. That's sort of what it tasted like. It tasted like something that was just barely spoiled.
Oh, okay. There are melatonin sleep gummies.
Yeah, but I haven't been able to find them in the right dose. A friend of mine said I could find them at Trader Joe's. I went to Trader Joe's. They only had 3 milligrams. Then I tried some farmer's market-y place called Sprouts, and they had it in 1 milligram, but not 0.3 like I needed. So I'm probably going to have to either try to find some I can order online, which is really difficult because most of them come in the larger doses.
Okay.
Or start cutting the pills I have.
Okay. I found one that's a kid's gummy that you
And
could
the dose is?
1 milligram. You could cut it in half or in thirds.
I mean, I guess I could. I don't know.
I mean, and then try it. And if it's, I mean, have you tried the 1 milligram to see if it'll work?
No, because last night was the first time.
Okay. Well, this you can order it online. It's $14.99 for a count, 90 count.
Ugh, these things are so expensive.
Well,
I
90
can
is
keep
better than
them.
30 at $15. I'll
Yeah.
tell you that.
Well, true,
Yeah.
but I know there are some that sell for $7.
Okay.
I mean, they're the
Nature's
wrong
Way.
dosage, but it's like $6.99 on Amazon. You can get the 3 milligram or the 1 milligram, but you can't get the 0.3.
Mm.
And also, it took me a while to realize what MCG meant because it wasn't defined and I'd never seen it before. I knew it was
MCG?
something to do. Yeah, it's actually micrograms is what it is.
Oh, yes,
So
yes.
when I saw 300 micrograms, I was like, "The fuck!" But I looked it up, and that is 0.3
Milligrams.
milligrams.
Yes. Mhm.
So, yeah.
Hey, Amiga Nuts, how are you, honey?
Oh, hey, Mika Nuts, how you doing?
Haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, so we've got all that stuff going on over here, and it's just crazy. I don't know if I can do this.
Oh, yes, you fucking can.
I don't know.
Ugh, Diana, seriously, you're doing it just fine already.
It's
I
hard
mean-
to start out on something new. You're always going to start out tired. But as your system gets cleared out, the toxins that are killing you get cleared out, you will feel better. And I can give an example of that. Do you know how many foods I've had to cut out of my diet lately because of acid reflux?
Not to mention the ones I had to cut out for seizures back in the day.
Right. Within the week of starting on my heart pills again and doing more stuff to eat more iron and stuff like that and take the iron pills, the acid reflux has just about stopped completely. And that's a major thing for me because I was barely eating anything because everything I ate was starting to make me sick to my stomach. Okay? It's not easy. It's not easy when you feel bad because you feel like shit. And you don't know if it's your illness that's causing it or if you're just that down and out.
And think about it this way. How much worse is it going to be if you don't do it?
Yeah.
Might be a lot better. I won't know it.
Okay, Diana, letting yourself die is not going to be better.
And dying is not bit.
Okay.
You're going to waste away. It's going to be painful and unpleasant if you let yourself die of this.
Okay, Diana, my grandma died because of refusing dialysis. She did not die quickly. She did not die peacefully. Okay? It got to, you say you don't want to have anybody take care of you. Okay? By the time you are ready to die because of your kidney failure, you will be bedridden. You will have to have somebody to wipe your ass. You will have to have somebody feed you because you can't do it yourself.
Who's eating?
That's the point. The point is that you will be bedridden. And if you can't be bedridden at home, you will be in a hospital or in a nursing facility.
Let's put it this way. It's just going to be so much worse if
Yes.
you don't do it.
Then I guess I would just have to run in front of a truck.
seriously, why is it so difficult to save your life? I mean, you remember the stream where, like, you'd been told by your doctors that you only had weeks or months to live, and we were trying to convince you to take steps to save your life, and then it wasn't very clear on the stream when I went back to look at it later, but at a certain point, I had said, I can't keep doing this shit because I was super frustrated with you and just left. And then on Twitter said I wasn't going to speak to you again until you had your first session of dialysis. And I sort of a little bit stuck to it. And I don't want to have to threaten to do that sort of thing again just to get you to take care of your damn self.
Diana, I know you don't understand why. We're not asking you to understand why. Just know you have lots of people that care. Okay? Lots of people that are willing to step up and say, hey, I can help with this much. I can help with that much. We can help find a way to pay the bills.
I mean, hell, you have offers for kidneys, and some of them I'm sure are serious.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the thing. I mean, if you absolutely insist you don't deserve it, then find a way to pay it forward. Help somebody else.
Yeah.
So you can feel like you're part of this chain of charity.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look at how this community can rally around people who need it. I mean,
Yep.
I haven't had to have money to move yet because thankfully my parents support me in this way. But if I did, I think I could do a 24-hour live stream and get what I needed from people.
Right.
And would be happy to help. Now, here we are telling you we're happy to help, and you're saying, but I don't deserve it and I'm afraid of it. Well, gee, after a while, people are going to stop offering, I suspect.
Yeah, eventually, I have to do a fundraiser to either get a new used car or fix the one I've got. Either way, it's going to run about the same. So, there are people out there who will help. But the thing is, Diana, they're not going to force it on you. We won't. Nobody will. But we're going to keep telling you when you get down, hey, we're here. That's what we're here for. It's not easy. And we know that you are tired and you don't feel good. And you just want the feeling to stop. Correct?
That would be a start.
Right. It takes time with the medication you're on for things to feel better. I'm lucky enough that I'm already feeling better in a week. It's not going to be that easy for you because you have how many years of toxin built up in your kidneys? Okay. It takes longer to flush a kidney than it does to adjust your blood pressure.
But it gets better.
It does. But I've also seen the opposite side that you're wanting to go down. And you can't guarantee if you stepped in front of a truck that it would kill you.
That is true.
Okay? So imagine you step in front of the truck, you get hit, you don't die. So now you're bedridden because you got hit by the truck. Then they're going to force you through dialysis anyway because you're in the hospital anyway.
So I guess I have to go with high explosives.
See, the thing is, it's starting to sound like you got yourself two choices. You can either heal yourself or just fucking off yourself. And that's no guarantee. So,
Right.
I mean, seriously, you have no great options, but you definitely have some better and worse options. And it seems like you're choosing worse. Why?
She hasn't made her decision yet. That's
Well,
the problem.
I said seems like.
Yeah. I know that you've looked into what kidney failure can do. Diana, I know you have. But it's different knowing and seeing, okay, and feeling. Um, my grandma was 5'9". She was a very robust woman when I was young. By the time she died in 2004, she was nothing but skin and bones. She was extremely frail, just a touch too hard, and she bruised. And when she passed away, she didn't know anybody. She didn't recognize anybody because the disease had put her in such a state that she wasn't really coherent. Okay? That is not something you want to go through.
Yeah, your choices are that or medical intervention. Accepting our help to make this better for you. I mean, seriously, are you really going to choose the most unpleasant path?
And it's hard. We get that. There are a lot of things that would be better if this was just over. But again, this is not going to be quick either way you do it. And I guarantee you'll feel better taking the medical option than you will not taking it.
Yeah, scared and don't wanna will lead you down a much worse path. Right now is the time to do and be brave about it.
And we will all hold your hand verbally and video conferencing however long you need us to.
And hell, if you go with purple, chances are good that'll be literally physically holding your damn hand.
I know his friend name escapes me.
Oh.
The one who moved with him.
Sloth Girl.
Sloth Girl. Right.
Oh, right. Okay.
She has offered to be there in person to hold your hand if you move there. So, it's not like they're saying, hey, move out here and it'll be like me. Now my mom's thinking about moving to South Carolina. And it's like, I don't want to move to South Carolina. But if I stay here and she moves, I'm up shit creek without a paddle if something happens. So, yeah. Sucks to be.
I agree.
Today has been a sleepy day. I've been very tired today.
Of course, it doesn't. 4 hours last night. Mm-hmm. It was in no way restful. So
yeah. Oh, I got to listen. I fell asleep about 4 o'clock in the morning and got to listen with half an ear while Tornado wandered around the house talking to himself.
Oh, hey.
And then at 6 o'clock in the morning, of course, the neighbors have to go to work, so they start their muscle car to drive to work. 6 a.m. in the morning. Holy fuck.
Well, it'd be weird if it was 6 a.m. at night.
I was just about to get there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but I beat you to it.
And then the trash trucks came through. So by that point, I'm like, fuck it. I'm awake. I got to get up and take my pills in half an hour anyway. Screw it.
It's funny because you talk about Tornado talking to himself and living solely with cats and all of my like social outlets that are in person went away because pandemic.
Right.
I kind of started basically like narrating to myself just to hear another voice that isn't like a movie.
Right. And that's what I'm talking. He'll make up these whatever he's been reading online. Might create his own little side jaunt story to it. Or he's quoting a video that he's watching, which is a big one. or he's enacting part of a game he played and he's wandering through the house talking, making sound effects. Pew, pew, boom, boom, bang. It's like, oh God, it's 5:30 in the morning, child. Go to sleep. But I woke up like 4 hours ago, Mom. I'm not sleepy. Well, I am. Sorry, Mom.
Just
And then he
think.
wanders off. And then half an hour later, it's back through the house. Oh.
Just think. You've got another 40 years of this at least.
Oh, God, kill me now. You know, that's a permanent dialysis, right?
Yeah. I was gonna say, now you know how I feel.
Yeah, well, I've been doing this since he was 3. So, I've been doing it for 26 years. Diana, you can start. Almost
Oh.
26. Yeah. I guess technically it would be 23, but yeah.
What's his birthday?
July 9th, so it's coming up in a
9th,
couple of
that's-
weeks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
There's a whole shitload of
So
us in July.
which
Yeah.
anniversary of uterine expulsion is this for him?
Let's see. He was born in 96, so 25,
Uh,
I think. Might be 26.
well, it's
Mm.
2011, so.
No,
It's
it's
not,
2021.
2021.
Oh, you're right. Well, I am just that tired. Fucking
Yeah.
hell.
Well,
No, we're at
2020
2011.
yeah, 2026 would be 30. So it's 2021. So I
So
guess
take 5
technically,
years off.
yeah,
So 25.
yeah, 25.
Hmm.
God, has it been that long? Shit, I'm getting old.
Feels like forever, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, I had him when I was 25. So I had just,
Well, it's not
actually, no,
so bad.
26. I had him, I just turned 26 in March when I had him.
Well, at least it wasn't like 14. You know what I mean?
Oh, God, no.
Oh Jesus!
Oh, fuck.
Have I talked?
If I'd have,
Have I talked about this one? There was
if I'd
No.
had sex when I was 14, I would have had the shit beat out of me by my mom.
Well, did you have to tell her? I mean,
Oh, God, she'd have known.
I don't know. If I'd been having sex as a teenager, my parents, like, they just didn't ask. You know, they wouldn't, there's no way they would have known whether I was having sex or not.
Oh, my mom is very much a nosy pain in the ass.
Mm.
But you know,
If I so much as stayed out too late after school, I would come home and get spanked.
oh,
Let alone going out. And my mom was very much the beat with a belt until I was 16.
it's funny. Like when I moved to Seattle with Kylie,
Mhm.
for a while we were staying with her parents because we didn't have an apartment yet. It was like a
Mhm.
couple of weeks, maybe a month or something, and then we moved out. But because we really thought it would be a bad idea to try to have sex in her bedroom, we found a
Mhm.
bunch of alternatives. You know, because her parents were there. Like, okay, the second time we went out into the woods and found an abandoned fire watchtower.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Jeez.
So, you know, it was interesting, I gotta say.
Yeah, no, my sister went out on a date and she was half an hour late getting home. And my mom had a cow, a horse, and 2 beavers.
Okay.
She was never allowed to go out with that person again. The boy was threatened him. My sister got the 3rd degree about what she was doing, where she was. Yeah. There were other things my mom wanted to know, and Yeah.
Well, you're talking about having sex at 14. I don't know if I'd mentioned this earlier. I was talking to a woman who lived in this building. She was talking about her great grandchild.
Oh my
This
goodness.
woman was 44.
Holy crap.
So it appears
Her
that,
great grandchild?
yes,
Egad.
yes.
Wow.
So it looks,
How is that even? Like, I'm trying to do the math, and wow.
Each
it,
one of them would have had to have had a child
at about
at
14.
15, 16, somewhere around
And I,
there. Yeah.
and I suppose it's possible that one of them was having sex at 12 so someone else could have it at 16. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Mhm.
still,
Wow.
that's still kind of fucked up.
It
If you're
is.
having a child before you're out of high school, that's kind of fucked up.
It's totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean,
Mhm.
obviously, sometimes it's not intentional, so okay. But I mean, still,
Well, the problem is, and okay, I know there are going to be people who get on my case about this, but it's not meant to be derogatory. Here in this neighborhood, having a child is seen as a rite of passage. You're seen as grown up when you have a child.
That
Um,
is a lot of that is commonplace in a lot of places. Um, the thing is, my mom had my brother when she was 17, and then she had twins at 19,
okay.
which would be me and my sister. So she had 3 kids before she could even drink.
you two
Mhm.
identical?
Fraternal.
Okay.
No, we don't look anything alike. My sister, when we were kids, she was about 30 pounds lighter than me and 4 inches taller.
Please tell me they didn't give you rhyming or alliterative names.
Tina and Gina.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh,
Yeah. But
that's awful.
my grandma Cozart never called my sister Gina. She was Jenna, even though it was
Weird.
spelled Gina. She always called her Jenna.
Okay.
And she never called me Tina. She always called me Tina. But my sister was always Jenna. And I think it was because she had a sister who was named Jenna.
Hmm.
So,
Alrighty
yeah.
Well,
then.
there was a
Mhm.
set of twins in my old neighborhood, and they decided to name them Max and Louie. Like, not even related names at
Mhm.
all.
All right then. Yeah, that
And
works.
honestly, I respect that a hell of a lot more.
We had okay. In my last year of high school, we rode the bus. And on that bus there were 3 sets of twins.
And on those 3 sets of twins, anyway.
All 3 of us
Right.
were either boy, girl. All 3 of us lived within a mile of each other. All 3 sets of twins lived within a mile of each other. And we were all exactly 6 years apart.
Weird.
Yes.
That
I
doesn't
was
make any
in
sense, though. How was your sister 6 years apart from you?
no. No, we had me and my sister in 12th grade. I should say 6 grades apart. There was Matt and Matthew in 6th grade, and Leanna and Lena were in 1st grade or kindergarten. No, they were in kindergarten. So yeah, it was really weird.
Well, and
And
I
it
told
was
you about
considered-
that Winky didn't get the adoption agency with me and Ben.
Well, it was so considered so unique because of being in a rural community. They actually had us on the news.
Was there
Because of
anything in the water maybe that causes
Mm-mm.
twins?
Nope. Just one of those weird things, because we had only moved into that town that year. So if we hadn't moved into the town, there would have only been 2 sets of twins. So I really wasn't happy about moving either. I went from having 2 classes that let me out by the lunchtime to having an entire course load to complete to catch up. So I had a full. Okay.
Well, were
I
you at
took-
Podunk University or something, or what?
The school requirements were different. The
Obviously.
I can't think of the word.
Curriculum?
The curriculum, yeah. You had to have an extra year of math, an extra year of science, an extra credit in health, an extra credit in computers, which were half-year courses, semester courses. And I also had my printing class that I was taking. So that was an entire course load. Because they wouldn't let me take Algebra 1 because I had taken Algebra 1A at the beginning of high school and had been planning on taking the rest of it my last year because that would fill out my courses before lunch. And they're like, well, you can't take Algebra 1 because you've already completed half the school year. So you can't take it. So you have to take business math. And I almost failed business math because business math, of course, requires Algebra 1A as a prerequisite. Or Algebra 1 is a prerequisite. So I'm sitting here going half the school year, what the fuck am I supposed to be doing with this one?
Okay,
So-
So I need a quick memory check. The plural of curriculum is curricula, right?
the last I checked.
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure because I couldn't remember.
But yeah, the curriculum was that different from one county to the next.
Eek.
So, it was definitely frustrating. Oh, itchy nose.
Well, one thing that was deeply frustrating, I really loved taking Japanese at RIT, but when I moved to Seattle with Kylie, the Art Institute didn't offer it. They offered the usual, like, French, Spanish, Latin, and German.
Mm-hmm.
I was angry about that and also a little surprised because Seattle is like a major Asian port city for the continental
Right.
US. And you'd think that a school there would be offering Japanish, but no. Ah, well, what can you do, eh?
I suppose you could do a lot of things, but very few of them would be productive.
Yeah.
And I was the one. You needed 16 credits to graduate high school. I got out with 22. I was the one loading up my course load every year. There was one point at which I wanted to take a course through lunch, and my counselor wouldn't let me. I said, "Who needs to eat? I'll eat at home."
I don't know. I kind of always regarded school as a burden rather than an opportunity, mostly because, well, that was involuntarily taking my time.
Yeah,
Like
okay.
it wasn't my choice to go to a learning institution. I was a kid. I wanted to play all day, not go to school. I mean, I like learning now, but at the time, it just seemed like an obligation I didn't want.
I understand perfectly. Yes. Now,
Oh.
I really miss academia at this point, but that's totally different. Yeah, it's. I wish it would have worked out to where I could have, to where I would have had that PhD and I could have had that lab. And I felt at home in academia. And there's that home thing again. a place I belonged.
Well, do you seriously think you won't belong in a place that includes Purple and Sloth Girl?
It's just hard to tear myself away from this one, right?
Okay, but given that doing so will make life like a gajillion times better, I mean, so what if it's hard? It was hard for me to leave Seattle, but I had to do it to save myself from the weather, from the seasonal affective disorder that was slowly killing me with depression. I had to do something extraordinarily scary and move clear across the country, granted, south rather than east west, which is what most people think of as across the country. But still, I mean, I took myself out of a very familiar environment that to this day still feels like home, but I had to do it to save
doing. Okay, we're gonna. Okay, now it's starting to get somewhere. Now it's starting to get somewhere. Okay. That's not my idea of a good time. Um, okay, so now we should start maybe getting close to having audio, and video and other things. And let's see what we've got. Okay, we're doing. That's still not doing it right. Um, okay, you hear something? Are you hearing everybody? Oh, let's see. We're gonna put this. Hang on. I'm getting. There we go. I'm getting rid of Barney the dinosaur. Because somebody was putting bullshit up on my. Thank you, Amiga. Yeah, we just. Okay, you're only hearing me. I am not a happy person. I am not a happy person at all.
Dinosaur.
Ow!
I have
Oh,
no
son of
idea
a
who that person.
bitch!
Okay, I have.
Ow!
Oh my God.
What?
Barney the dinosaur. Don't know who he was. Just some spammer. Just spelled out
Yes.
bad
That's-
word.
That's why Amiga and I both timed the guy out. I
Yeah.
want to know how to permanently ban that guy. But of course, he'll just evade the ban. Okay, you hear everybody? I am so sorry about it. It just threw
Okay.
it threw me off the audio, and I couldn't get back into the old call because the old call didn't have a name.
Ah.
So,
Thank you,
unfortunately, I
Amiga.
now, because of Barney the dinosaur, have a really shitty song from either the late 80s or early 90s stuck in my head. You ever hear Walk the Dinosaur?
Yes.
Oh, I hate that song with the white hot fury of 1,000 suns. I hate that song, but now it's stuck in my head.
Oh God.
Although it's better than having Buffalo Stance in my head. I hate that song even
I
less.
never heard that one. I don't think
You
I want to hear that
probably
one.
have, but don't listen. It's such shit, that song.
Probably not. I don't listen to the radio very often anymore.
Well, again, this was like late 80s, early 90s. So any more, unless any more includes then,
Who knows?
the shadow
Anyway,
knows.
I gotta take some
Okay,
sinus medicine.
so GeoSam says that Barney the dinosaur is P. Mars, and we don't want to know who that is.
Okay.
P. Mars. Okay.
No idea, and I guess it's better that I have no idea. Okay then.
Exactly.
Oh,
I
guess
really hope that P doesn't stand for what it could stand for.
I could stand for a lot of things.
Yes, but I'm thinking of something a little on the filthy side.
Oh, so GeoSam says that that's his trademark.
Uh-huh.
What,
And they
say
can't
filthy
ban
shit?
him?
Well, his trademark, I guess, is to spell out.
The ugly foul name for
Yeah.
African Americans.
He
Yeah.
was going to have to few of these deleted messages because I have no idea what the hell you guys are talking
Well,
about.
I'll put it in terms of
he's
chat.
he spelled out a slang version of the Spanish word for
Oh.
black.
Yes.
Yes, yes, yes. You
I
got
see.
it now. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you didn't have to tell me. All of those messages that got deleted are visible to moderators. If you have a wrench, you can
Yes.
see what was deleted. So I went and looked, and yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And
You know, for a good long time, I wondered why that wasn't a verb
what?
or like a noun describing someone who performs an action.
What?
It's the ER at the end of it.
Oh! I got you. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, anything that ends in an ER, my brain is like, okay, that is someone who does a thing, you know?
Well, that's the one
Well-
that gets on my nerves. For example, with light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation. People say that you laze something because it's called a laser. And you know it doesn't work that way. No, laser is an acronym.
Right. Light amplifying.
Amplification by stimulated electronic radiation, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, I've just been
Yeah.
told badly. Yeah, it's not the first time, but I'm lucky in the sense that it hasn't happened to me very often.
Well,
Mhm.
this is another example of the letters in an acronym not corresponding to the pronunciation of the word they represent. I mean, you know, it's amplification, which should make it a laser rather
Yes,
than a
yes,
laser.
yes.
But it doesn't because that's not
laser.
how acronyms work. And so when people start saying GIF, you're fucking wrong. Okay, if it was not GIF, then JAG or Judge Advocate General would be pronounced JAG, and it's not. So I'm sorry, the word is GIF, and if you don't think so, fuck off.
I always say the thing that reminds me of peanut butter.
Well, yeah, I mean, the developer, the guy who created the format, he very explicitly said that choosy developers choose GIF, just like choosy moms choose GIF. That was the commercial. That was the inspiration for the pronunciation of the name. So again, if you're pronouncing it GIF, you're wrong.
Oh my.
But, and that actual word was used originally to mean a man from Niger.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So the fact that they're using it as a cuss word these days just shows how meanings for words change over time.
Huh. I always thought it was like it grew out of well, like Diana said, the word for black in Spanish and probably Latin too.
Negro, yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, no. It started, this started in the 1300s.
What did Barney show back up?
I don't think so.
BJ timed him out for 300 seconds, but I didn't see him reappear.
I wonder, can you like have multiple people time them out for like ever?
He had to have come back because he just got timed out again.
Huh.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Okay, because BJ.
How do you do it?
Came up again, and then I did. Finally, it took there was a serious lag for my attempted timeout. If you mouse over a comment, you'll see those 3 dots. You click those, and there's put so and so in timeout for 300 seconds.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Ah.
I just didn't see him in the side chat to be able to do that.
Well, for me to do it, I scrolled back up to his name and did it.
Okay.
Like his previous comments,
Gotcha.
you know.
Gotcha.
Ah.
I learned something new today.
Well, we can.
No, Vonrick, the creator has not said you can pronounce it either way. There was even an award, and it's this weird award where you're only allowed to say your like acceptance speech in 5 words. and he literally put up a GIF that said it's pronounced GIF, not GIF.
Everybody's
that is
timing him
literally
out.
what he did. So unless he's changed his mind since, he hasn't said that.
Everybody's taking the opportunity to time him out for 300 seconds.
I guess I'll
I
just
know,
have to
isn't it
jump
great?
on it. And, I mean, you can't leave me out of this game. Put
It's weird that
user
you can't
in.
just-
Colleen, are you not hearing this?
I think if you want to permanently kick him, you have to go to his account and block him.
There is a way to remove him. It does on those 3 dots. You can remove him.
Are you sure?
It says remove.
Yeah, I think that's just the comment that gets removed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, let me see. You can report him.
Like that'll do anything.
True.
Mm.
Actually, wait a minute. Hide user on this channel. Bada bang.
Hate speech or graphic violence.
This user's messages will be hidden. Cool.
Okay, what about, would you call it hate speech or graphic violence? Hate
Hate
speech?
speech,
Hate
without a
speech,
doubt. Hate
yeah,
speech. That's a racial slur. It's hate speech.
Yeah.
I think you'll probably have to flag all of those letters.
Mm.
Otherwise, YouTube won't understand.
Yeah.
Well, each time you flag it, it removes it. So
Well,
you can
regardless,
report it.
I did kick him out, or well, not so much kick him out, but I made him muted on this channel, so he
Right.
is not going to be commenting anymore.
Yay.
Yay.
Okay, so Sam says he's not very smart.
Well,
Well, you know, people like that don't care. They're just going to go through and be nasty to people because they can.
I just don't understand, though. I mean, have these people no hobbies?
this is
Okay.
their hobby.
This is
Maybe,
their-
like fucking with people is clearly a hobby on the internet.
Right. And some people, you know, I grew up living with this. They can't love themselves, so they can't love anybody else. So all they can do is attack everybody because that's the only thing that gives them a sense of self-worth.
You know, much as I'm sure those people do exist, I think some folks, for some people, it's just a power play. It's I can dominate over
Yeah.
you. It's like counting coup on someone.
Mhm.
So, you know, for some people, it's not so much insecurity as competition.
What you doing, Loki?
I mean, you know, that instinct in humans does still exist the way it does in animals. The idea of showing your superiority over another. I mean,
Mhm.
goodness, look at World War II, am I right?
Oh,
But
yeah.
even just in high school, you know, that's the reason the jocks tease the nerds is we rule, we dominate, we can do what we like, we're flexing our muscles, and you just happen to be the target in the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I mean, it's not always self-hatred, is my point.
Here you go.
BJ says if they're desperate, they'll make another sock account. And, I'm so accustomed to that one.
Here you
Well,
go,
let him. We
Diana,
can
look.
pull that one too.
This is Loki.
Hi, Loki. How is you is?
He is a good kitty.
Is
He's
he
the
in fact low key?
Yes.
Yeah.
He is, in fact, Loki. He likes to escape. Don't you? Don't you? That he loves attention when he wants it.
Oh, yeah.
And when he
I know
doesn't
that
want
one.
it, he's mean. Meow. He's not much of a meower. He doesn't make a lot of sounds. And when he does meow, it's more of a meow, meow, meow.
I
Than
don't
a,
know. It's weird. Columbia's meow has changed in the last year or two. I mean, she can still meow normally, but most of the time it just comes out like she's got laryngitis. Like,
Mhm. Yeah, that's what Loki does. A really harsh, loud meow.
no,
Mhm.
see, this isn't loud at all. This is seriously like she has laryngitis. Like
Huh.
like she's trying to make sound and it's not coming out.
Don't know what would have caused that.
Well, I mean, and she is like 14 years old, so maybe it's that.
It could be. Here we are. I got something for you, Loki.
But she's got another 5 years to make it to where Ariel did.
Ooh.
Oh, what do we have?
We have
Irresistibles.
yes. Oh, yeah. You can tell how much he's eager for that.
Who is it
All
that
right.
did that song? Was that
All right.
Robert Palmer?
Oh, yes.
Basically irresistible. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can even see the music video in my head.
Yeah. He doesn't get treats very often, but he's being a really good kitty the last few weeks. Oh, but now you have caught on my shirt.
And then we have the puppy over there.
Yes, the puppy,
The puppy.
who's being very quiet. Aw, there's Columbia.
And Xanderbutt. Oh,
And
look at
Xanderbutt.
Xander.
Oh,
Oh, he wants to know what the camera's all about. And there's my
Yeah.
hair.
Yeah.
okay. Hold on. Oh, now he's licking my hand to get at the treats. I don't know if you can see this.
I'm going to be right back. I'm going to feed the cats.
Oh, yay. That's a good idea.
Oh, Loki's licking my finger. She's like, ow, no biting. He's like, but there's treats there, and I want them. Here, now you're going to lick my hand, clean them up. Huh? No, he's like, no, give me more. Okay. All right, stinker butt. Come here. Yeah. Oh, he's like, okay, Mom, I'll play tricks.
Run. She paces. And Xander sits there like a lump, and I have to like pick him up and place him on his food. Sometimes I wonder if he's like, I don't know, nearsighted or something and just doesn't see it.
Maybe. Okay, all done? No, you got your treats for the night. No, all done. All done. All good. Come on. Yes, come lay back down. Yeah, you're such a good kitty when you want to be. Yes, you are such a good kitty when you want to be. Huh? Yeah.
Okay,
Aw.
Manja, eat, buddy.
Mama.
Oh,
Yeah.
where's the little one?
Uh,
I actually have
yeah.
I actually have a kitty brush now.
Mmm.
So, yeah, God.
But yeah,
Sheds
he's
like crazy.
yeah, he has such soft fur. It's like plush. You know your plush kitty toys
Daju korostu.
that you just want to hug it and rub your face against it. He's got that kind of fur.
Okay,
And the weird
then.
thing about him, he looks black. The thing is he is got dark chocolate stripes that you can only see when the sun hits him.
Sounds like my eyes.
Yeah.
Like seriously,
Your
unless
eyes have
it's
dark chocolate
sunlight-
stripes?
unless it's dark, like absolutely sunlight out, my eyes look black.
Mm-hmm.
So unless I go out into proper sunlight, you can't see the brown.
Right. My eyes have I call it teddy bear amber streaks that only show up in direct sunlight. It's like somebody lit my eyes up with gold streaks when the sun hits them the right way.
I have a truly amazing picture of Columbia that kind of looks like that.
Are
Like,
you gonna lay down?
Like I didn't even Photoshop it. I just caught her with the flash at exactly the right
The
time.
right point. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find that picture. It's here
All
somewhere.
right. Are you gonna go up? Go on. There you go. Yeah. No, his favorite place to be is right there.
All right. Sort by date modified. Maybe I'll
This is
find
the
that one.
shelf he lays down on. Yeah, and there, of course, is my monitor.
Oh,
Okay. You gonna lay down?
oh, there it is. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, like this picture I'm gonna show looks sort of like something out of a horror movie.
Oh yeah.
I mean-
Ah,
Yeah, perfect.
And that's just what a flash does. Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, that's what Mage talking about. Okay.
Mhm.
Well, you mentioned Loki. There's a new Loki TV show, based on the Marvel character. Have you seen the big foofara about how Disney is trying to copyright Loki, who is, like a god that existed long before Disney did, and they're
Oh
trying to
God.
like copyright and trademark the name Loki. What the fuck? I mean, seriously, that should not be allowed.
Mm. Well, they own the rights to Loki now. They own the rights to all Marvel.
Yes, but I mean, if it's the Loki that's not Marvel, I mean, because they are cracking down on people who are talking about the god because they use the name.
Yeah. Okay.
and then, yeah, they've got such deep pockets that they're not worried about anybody mounting a challenge because they can't afford it.
Mm.
There is a challenge, though.
Oh, there is one already. Well, I hope they get put in their
I mean, I
place.
don't know if it'll succeed, but it should.
I hope Disney gets put in their place. It's about time.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, I would love to believe that money doesn't always talk. That you can't always bribe your way out of shit. Now, I'd love to see Disney like seriously punitively spanked for this shenanigans.
Yeah, they won't happen,
Okay.
of course.
But
Here you
they
go.
also need to be broken up. I mean, they're too much of a monopoly. They're purchasing so many different like other companies. Now, I heard they like bought. I want to say it's MGM, but that might be somebody else. But I mean, there's all these companies absorbing other companies, and that's starting to get a little monopoly-esque.
There you go. Now you can see what I mean by he lays on top of my desk.
Okay, well,
Although I don't really know what it means to break up a company. I mean, like, it seems like the only way to do that would be to seize and appropriate some of it and then give it to other people or sell it.
well, kind of. I forget which agency it was that did it to Rockefeller. With Standard Oil, and then with AT&T, when that got split into various companies, and neither of those really worked.
But my question is, who owns it all after it's broken up?
Well, the one I do remember because my ex-wife owned some shares in AT&T. The shares got reapportioned and then distributed to the people who originally held the original AT&T shares.
Then how does that work? I mean, if someone controlled a majority of it, breaking up the company isn't going to help.
No, but I think it does because it puts it in AT&T's case it was like 7 separate locations, but you still
But
had
what it doesn't do is foster competition.
right.
That's my point.
Yes, and that's where it failed. And even Standard Oil that even failed.
Yeah, well,
Anymore.
still think it might be time for guillotines, but
over
hey.
the last 40 years, the economy turned from a production economy into an acquisition economy. You weren't making things for sale. You were buying the companies that allegedly did that. And that's what was the economic driver.
I'm not entirely sure I agree with that because a lot of it was simply shipping stuff overseas, production, creating the factories not on native soil. And there were a couple of times when they tried to pass laws saying if you're an American company, you have to hire Americans. But but unfortunately, people found ways to weasel around that, where they're like, okay, well, we're not going to employ anyone on the continental U.S., but in Guam, we're going to put this factory. Little things like that, or in some incorporated little territory in some foreign country that we still a little bit own from World War II or some crap. So I mean, it was kind of like hiding your money in the Cayman Islands.
Yeah.
It was basically the same kind of thing where the rules have loopholes.
Oh yeah.
Right.
They are
Instead
there.
of hiring American contractors to do your yard work overseas, they hire locals.
Well, it's not even that. It's more the factories that make the products that we buy here are now all overseas. I actually saw something, I forget if it was a governor or Biden or something, but someone like came up with this wacky idea that would bring factories and manufacturing back here to the actual continental US, but I don't know if it'll succeed.
Who knows?
Yeah, I guess it's in wait and see mode right now. That's the real problem with everything is I've been wait and see mode for certain things for so long that I'm not sure they'll ever actually happen.
Yeah.
Like space tourism that we can do as opposed to gajillions. you know,
Well,
it is possible to get your own robot companion, but it costs quite a bit.
Amiga Nuts says, I worked for AT&T, then New York Telephone, then 9X, then Bell Atlantic, then Verizon. And what, you sat in the same chair in the same office all the time, right, Amiga?
Well, that kind of happened to me with my first job in high school. I was working at this like independent little video store called Empire Video, and then Blockbuster came in and bought it and basically ruined it.
Well, yeah.
I mean, it was such a great place. You could like get really cheap ass popcorn just to bring home with you in these boxes. You could rent movies for an entire week instead of just a couple of days, unless they're new releases, that is. And as an employee, I could have all the free popcorn I wanted and take home at least one or two movies every night as long as I didn't take new releases on the weekends. It was really a great job for a kid. It was $1 over minimum wage. I mean, as high school jobs go, I lucked right the fuck out.
That wasn't a bad gig. Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, I thought I was in good shape making a penny over a minimum wage. Literally.
Well, but that was in the 1800s.
Yeah.
I mean,
minimum wage was $2, and I was making $2.01. Oh man, that was all kinds of fun.
I don't know. For some reason, that reminds me of those places that like will give people 39 hours a week, so they don't have to pay benefits for someone who works 40 hours.
Well, that's what this place. Well, this place was a department store, so we had retail full time, 37 and a half hours a week.
Which is still too little to get the benefits.
Right, and that's why they did it. Oh, I see Purple's awake.
That's a tag from my first job right there. Like that has the barcode on it for your membership. It's like one of the few remnants I have from that job.
Yeah, definite rumors. Oh my, Superstore.
Yeah, that was my high school job. I loved it. I absolutely loved it there. Except when they put me on the vacuuming shifts. I hated that so much, and it made my feet hurt like you wouldn't believe. But otherwise, it was seriously like one of the best jobs I ever had that wasn't in tech.
Oh man, no, the high school and college summer jobs I had, unfortunately, were retail and department store, and God, I hated that shit. But I really wanted to be able to find something better, something I liked, but none of that stuff wanted me.
Well, I'm just glad I wasn't working with food.
Oh God, yes. Hate food service.
I mean, I'm not even talking about waiting tables. I spent one night as a dishwasher filling in for someone, and Oof. Oh my gosh, I hated that so much. It was messy, it was smelly, it was wet. I hated it.
My first job away from the asshole's store was as a dishwasher, and though that did not work at all. It did not work out at all.
Well, but I don't know. I mean, I've had some good jobs, I've had some shit jobs, but I don't know. I kind of miss working in video games.
Okay.
Well, it was fun.
Oh, I can imagine.
Of course, these days the industry has moved on so far that I'm not sure I can even do it anymore.
You and I both. I mean,
Then
that's.
again, maybe I can.
I mean, that's where I am with programming. The field has just passed me by, and I'd have to start all over again.
Well, the thing is, for all I know, I'm wrong and I totally could fit right back into it quite easily. I don't know. It's just been so long since I've been out of the industry that, I mean, I've seen games and I've seen elements of games that I completely recognize from my days as a dev, but I don't know. I really don't.
Mm.
Ah, well, I'm not sure I want to actually get back into the industry, though. As much as I miss it, I've been looking at some of the shenanigans going on at CDPR over Cyberpunk, and I'm like, yeah, I don't really want to do this. I mean, maybe other companies are better, but just that, just the dumpster fire shitstorm going on with this stuff.
And then, well, now I'm a year away from what would have been the nominal retirement age, when I started working. And of course, nobody wants me because I would spend more time on dialysis than in the office. So, so much for that.
Well, then again, you don't necessarily have to be employed by an employer. Like, as in, you don't have to go into the office. There's lots of ways to independently make dough. I mean, have you set up a Patreon?
Yes.
Oh, well, okay, there's that.
Yeah, I'm making about
Um, I
40
know,
bucks a month.
I know there's other ways too. So, I mean, there's options. You don't
I
have
mean,
to, like, 9 to 5 it at a corporation or anything.
in order to make a decent dollar, I'd have to put out some good stuff. I mean, not to take anything away from you and
Well,
Mom Nada,
I don't just
but
mean
I
YouTube.
don't
I
make
don't just
anything.
mean YouTube. I mean, like there are careers that you could have if you wanted them.
Like what?
Well, I don't know. I've just seen them before, and I'm like, oh, didn't know you could do that, but apparently
Yeah,
you can.
see, my major problem with most of the e businesses that they do is that they want you to put up money to go into the business.
mm-hmm.
Well,
And
yeah,
that
those
is,
are scams. Don't do it.
yeah, exactly. But even the ones that aren't scams, they want you to help them do whatever. And sometimes it's just not able to be done.
Well, that sounds like a startup.
Hmm.
Well, you don't have to do a startup either. I mean, there are jobs that you can do by remote, especially after the pandemic when everyone was.
Mm.
So, I mean, again, there's options.
I've been looking. I haven't found anything in the local area that is taking people that are uh, uh, less educationally inclined, I guess would
Are
be a
you
good way to
saying
put it.
that Diana's a dumbass?
Mm-hmm.
No, 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 no. People like me who don't have a college degree.
Ah,
So, or who haven't worked in God forever.
well, I suppose if you look at it one way, that includes me.
Well, I haven't
Right.
held an actual job in 30 years.
Right.
Mm.
So
Well, the
a
last
lot
time
of
I
them.
wasn't making all my dough on YouTube was 2002.
Hmm.
It's a while ago.
Only a smidge.
Only.
Hmm.
Yeah, Randy's trying to be a musician, career-wise.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's not a tough career now, is it? No.
I do wonder sometimes, like, I mean, so many bands are trying to become megastars and so many fail. And I have to wonder what the criteria were. Like, because some of the bands that don't get big are still really good at what they do.
Hmm.
So, what was the X factor?
I don't
Was it
know.
just right place, right time?
It
Or,
might be marketing. Yeah.
well, no, I don't mean marketing. I mean getting discovered. I mean, like, actually getting signed with a real label.
Okay, now I know a couple of people who did not go that way. They went independent, and they're okay. I mean, they're not multi-billionaires or anything, but yeah, they make enough to eat and tour the country.
Well, but I'm still curious about my question is why some bands and not others, even when they're like essentially the same in quality.
You know, could be simply
Hmm.
appearance or something. Who knows?
I don't know.
Um,
I mean, that's why I wonder if it's just right place, right time. You played the gig where the producer heard you. You know what I mean?
yeah, that's very
Yeah.
possible. That's very likely.
I mean, I was watching the movie Airheads, which is kind of fun. Brendan Fraser and Steve Buscemi, and why am I blanking? Adam Sandler are, a band that want to get signed, but nobody will sign them. And
Hmm.
one part of it that I didn't understand, because I don't know the music industry, is where the executive that they were trying to give their demo to said, I can't take that unsolicited. But what I didn't know, and still don't to this day, is, well, how does it get solicited? If you can't just bring it to someone and say, "Here my audition," I mean, who sponsors you?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
I didn't understand that part of the movie at all. And I wonder if I would if I were in the music industry. Like, is this something they just took for granted that the audience would know?
No
I don't
clue.
know. This is where I'd like to interview one or two of these people, like Nomily Brennett, for example. I got a chance to meet her when she was, well, she's still touring. Did a lot of colleges, that sort of thing. How did you start this whole thing? How did you get started? How did you get where people knew who you were and all that other good stuff? So, I mean, as far as somebody who's totally independent, no label, nothing, she has her own label. She's not doing that badly, really. I mean, she's not
Well,
Oh,
hungry.
Kate, that's the link for the melatonin 1 milligram gummies
no, I can. Oh, okay,
in
thanks.
internal chat.
Yeah, I got you. It's just I thought you were gonna say just 1 milligram pills. I didn't hear the gummies part right away,
Yeah,
and now I know, and that's cool. Thanks.
sure.
Um,
I was
I
just
don't
getting
know.
ready to
Remember we
close.
used to have like TV shows like Star Search and such, where
Oh
amateur
yeah.
people would get
Yeah.
up and
Hmm.
maybe get discovered, kind of thing. And I'm sure we have that equivalent now, but I haven't watched TV much, so really I don't know.
American Idol.
Something like that, yeah.
Um, The X Factor.
I don't even know any of these things, but
Mm,
And that's just an annoying name because there's already a comic book called that.
hmm Um, America's Got Talent is another
Hmm.
one.
Yeah, so I mean, maybe that's a way to get discovered if you wanna.
Hmm.
Although I don't know what their audition process is
I was
like
gonna
just to get
say,
on the show.
yeah, the luck of the draw must figure into a lot of it there.
Well, I
If they
don't
Uh,
know. I
like the
mean,
way you
maybe a
look.
lot of bands audition and still suck and are told to go away, and only the
hmm.
good ones are kept. I don't
Yep.
know.
Yeah, they do auditions in different states, and then they get a certain number of people into slots, and then they come on and audition for slots in the live shows. So, and the live shows get voted on by whoever wants to call in to specific numbers. And that's how you advance or get kicked from the show.
I wonder how many, like, I'm sure some of the people who get kicked still get contracts.
Oh, yeah. There are a lot of people who make it to the semifinals who uh, get contracts, like Adam Lambert. He lost America's Got Talent, I think it was. He was in the finals, and his competition won, I believe. I could be wrong, but I think he lost the show. But it was him and somebody else, and he's now a well known singer.
I really hate talent shows because my talents are not in the performing arts so much.
Hmm.
You know, it's like I've got some talent in CGI, but you don't really get up on a stage for that, do ya? I mean, I suppose you could roll like a television out there and show people, but I think a lot of folks will say it's cheating.
Mm. They have people who do things like sand art
Oh
on a sand
yeah,
table,
yeah.
and they will sit there and draw on the show and
Yeah,
do
but I
some
don't think
amazing
people want to
things.
watch me manipulating like vertices and planes and shit.
Probably not.
Oh my. That so-called friend of mine who's never available when you need her had a nephew who was on one of those talent shows.
Oh, American Idol, I'm sorry.
It was he
He
did.
sings for Queen now. Oh, God.
Yeah.
I didn't
Uh,
know Queen was still a thing after Freddie Mercury died.
Well, they've apparently got other people, but that's okay. He did a version of several songs while he was playing in always on American Idol. So
Moo.
To quote George Carlin, pardon me, I have nothing to say.
Yes.
yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Oh, it's stuff and things and everything. And what was the one? You know, something you never hear. You know, you got a lot of conversation going on, and after that, I'm gonna get my testicles laminated. You know,
Oh my God.
I,
Oh, no, well, that was like in a nightclub, right, where the
yeah,
music was too loud. It's like,
yeah.
Mhm.
I know, like what I'm gonna do. Yeah, that one. It's actually something I'm dealing with a little bit in my animation because the current scene
Wait
I'm
a minute.
working on is in a bar, and I'm trying to get that sort of like, you know, when you're shouting to someone because the music is so loud. I'm trying to replicate that.
Okay, when you said you knew some, yeah, you were doing that or had something or whatever it was that you started that, I'm thinking, no, wait a minute, you don't have testicles to be laminated.
Well,
Mm.
fortunately, what I meant was not that.
Well, okay then. Oh my, oh my. Okay, I guess Colleen says there's a really good fan account for Carlin on TikTok. Okay. Oh, I miss the old days when he was actually walking around on stage.
It's funny. I actually like quoted part of his routine from memory for one of my videos, and some of the comments were like, "Oh my gosh, he even did the inflections." It was the one about there's an invisible man up in the sky, and this invisible man looks at everything you do all day. That one.
That one, yes, religion is bullshit. That one, yeah.
Yeah, I did that in one of my videos and got a lot of compliments for it.
I actually used that clip in one of my videos. Yeah, it cut to it really quickly because it said it a lot better than I could. Um, I never got to see him, unfortunately.
I did.
Lucky you, definitely.
I mean, I was not quite a teenager, so I didn't really appreciate it as much as I should have, but I did see him.
Okay, then. Yeah, first
Got
time
to
at
see Penn and Teller live too.
first time at uni, there were a bunch of us that wanted to see Carlin. He was appearing somewhere in West Virginia. We would have had to rent a car to get there, and because we were not 21 years of age, we couldn't rent a car.
Hmm. There's a bunch of comedians I like right now, and I'm hoping some of them come to San Diego. Damn it. Now that the pandemic is winding down and there's actually performances again, I'd very much like to see some of my favorite stand up folks.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What I want to see is sit-down comedy.
That exists.
Okay.
David Letterman.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That works.
I mean, sure, he's retired now, but still, that kind of show.
Boy, I miss that stuff. The 90-minute Tonight shows when Carson was king.
Never did see Carson. I watched a lot of Letterman, but not Carson.
Um, I mean, technically, I should remember Jack Parr, but I don't. But
Yeah.
oh
There was
man,
actually something on the Stephen Colbert show recently, or whatever he's hosting now. I don't know what it's called anymore, but he had Jon Stewart on, and Jon Stewart was saying a bunch of stuff that it was pretty clear Stephen Colbert didn't want him to say it.
oops.
Because he kept interrupting and it was clearly not towing the establishment line, what he was saying. And eventually, Jon Stewart got tired of being interrupted. He stood up and walked to the camera to finish his bit.
Oh wow. All
Yeah.
right. She's fun, Rick. You lucky piece of shit. You got to see Carlin twice.
Hmm. I never got to see Carlin live.
I mean, I
There's this weird performance I remember seeing once, and I don't even really know what it was exactly, but it was around about the end of the Cold War, and we were friends with Russia all of a sudden. And a bunch of Russian performers came to some theater or other in Vermont. And I remember my parents and I went, and they were doing this weirdly funky dance where, in the middle of it, they just started throwing daggers at the floor.
Huh.
okay.
And the daggers would stick in at like almost a 45-degree angle, and then they keep dancing. And I mean, it wasn't like they stopped dancing. It was part of the dance, the throw of the dagger, but still it's like, okay, knife dance, gotcha. It was weird. I don't know.
I wonder if they had a special wooden panel over the stage so you're not putting.
Oh, I saw it. It was foam.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was like a yoga mat kind of foam.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to be putting dagger marks into your proscenium floor. That wouldn't work.
So, in any event, yeah, it was weird.
I got to see a weird show or two in my time, but
I never
um,
wanted to go to one of those weird, like, coffee house, art house kind of plays that are supposed to be, like, all symbolic and shit.
oh
But
god,
really, they're just, like, weird, you know? Like it's 45 minutes of sustained screaming that's somehow symbolic of the struggle in Afghanistan or some shit. I don't know.
reminds me of the what is it, the Family Guy thing where Peter and Lois were doing the talent show and they got screaming high and they think they're doing a wonderful job, and they cut to what the audience sees and it's just a bunch of bedlam.
Yeah, I don't watch Family Guy. I find it irritating.
Daju korostu.
And I'm not really on board with the art style.
Okay.
In fact, most cartoons these days just use the ugliest art styles, and I don't know why they're popular.
I don't know that.
I mean, She-Ra and the Princesses of Power did rather well, but they also were very mock anime. But I mean, nothing looks like G.I. Joe or the Transformers anymore. It all looks like some weird, bug eyed, overly rounded, extremely cartoonish shit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't like it. It's that cow art style that people talk about.
Hmm.
Like apparently, I guess Cal Arts is like a school or some crap. Maybe it's a studio. I don't know, but everything that comes out of there looks exactly the same as everything else that did.
Indeed. Yeah, I actually looked that up one day. I think we were talking about it on one of the shows. Um, what I miss is the old line drawing stuff back. Alvin and the David Seville and the Chipmunks back from 1960. One of those.
I liked the '80s version of the Chipmunks.
Okay.
It was out around about the same time as, say, Heathcliff and Garfield. They both had cartoons, and no, well, Bionic Six actually, which is the inspiration for my online name.
Mo.
Mask, GI Joe, Transformers, Ninja Turtles, all of that stuff. Those were really good cartoons, but now everything looks like shit.
I don't know. Maybe that's because that's what you saw not then, and this is what's now, and it's different from then. I don't know, because I know that.
No, what's now looks like it was made in Flash, for fuck's sake. I mean, it looks really chintzy and not detailed in any fashion. It looks like they didn't even care. Even if
Okay.
they did, it looks like that.
Move beef.
It's like a caricature of real cartoons.
Because what I like about the stuff I remember, a lot of it I like the memories. And, what I remember isn't exactly what it was.
Well, but I mean, again, I'm largely talking about just the visual style, the aesthetics. I mean, watching some of those shows now is difficult because some of the characters are just deeply annoying, and I guess as a kid I didn't mind. But really, I'm talking about the like physical design of the characters.
Yeah.
And I mean, I do have a lot of the cartoons that I watched back in the day on disc, and some of them are still really good, and some of them, like a lot of the '80s cartoons, I love them to death, but there was inevitably a sidekick who was dumb and spoke like it. Like I remember there was a guy in Mask named Mechanic, or maybe it was Bionic Six. No, that was Bionic Six. Yeah. And everything he said was like, duh, gee, boss, I don't know how to do that, kind of shit. And I'm like, every 80s cartoon has that character, like Snarf
Snarf
in
the Thundercats.
yeah. And I was trying to watch Jason the Wheeled Warriors, and they had something there too. And I was just like, wow, I can't believe I accepted this back in the day.
Yeah,
But I look at something like, say, Animaniacs, or what's the other one I'm thinking of? Damn it, it was more adventure-based rather than comedy. But I mean, it seemed like they took out the garbage I didn't like. Oh, I'm thinking of Tailspin. Duh.
Yeah.
The only character they had like that was Wildcat, but at least his voice was tolerable. You know?
Yeah, I have the original Thundercats and I have the remake. And it doesn't get any better.
So, yeah, but art-wise, things have taken a turn for the much worse. I mean, hell, I look at Adventure Time and Rick and Morty, and I'm just repulsed.
What is that?
It sounds like someone blowing their nose.
Oh, that's Purple playing the nose trombone.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes.
Is Purple actually in the channel?
No, Purple's on the other side of my desk. So he's really, really close to the mic and is easily
say
picked
hi.
up.
Yeah, Poips is over there.
See, I didn't know that. Hi, Purple.
Yeah, we had a bit of an interesting time trying to get us both on channel at one point. I think it was Sunday. You know, it was echoing like all over hell.
See, I didn't know that he was there. This is the first I've heard of it because, of course, the last week has been kind of rough on me.
Weird, yeah.
Well, if you're to be on the channel, the opportunity exists to sneak up behind you, throttle you, and take over.
Yeah. There you go. Kate says that you should sneak up behind me, throttle me, and take over.
No, I said
No,
the
that's not what
opportunity
it
was
said.
there. I didn't say what should happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, really.
No, he got out here. When the hell was it? When did you get out here? Tuesday?
Oh, was it Tuesday? I don't think
trying to
Perps has been
remember.
there for a week. Wasn't it like Wednesday or Thursday?
Yeah, man, that sounds better. That sounds better. No, I went into the hospital on Tuesday, so it couldn't have been Tuesday.
So he stayed to take care of the cat.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
the little one was alone for 2 days, and then he came out. That's it. So it was like
So he
Thursday.
Thursday or Friday.
When you were like first sort of, well, let's face it, flipping out about how much time you had left, I had actually called like sort of, it wasn't a humane society, but it was something similar to see if they could house Sylvia but not give her away while you were in the hospital. But they called me back last night, so I had to tell them the situation had resolved itself. But I did give it a go. I did try to find a way for you to have Sylvia cared for while you were, away.
Please excuse me.
Because, well, one gets the impression you don't want to do that for yourself because you're scared.
Or that's like when Shadow was having all his issues. I called the Humane Society the first night he started having problems during the day, and did not get a response until a week and a half later. It's like, okay, people, if this was a serious emergency, my dog would already be dead because it took you so long to respond.
Yeah.
Is the Humane Society a government agency or
No.
is it independent?
It's not-profit.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking if it was part of the government, then we have a Humane Society and, let's face it, an inhumane society.
Pretty much.
Which I would call the prisons, honestly. But, there's probably other candidates too.
Mm.
I don't know. It's just.
Well,
Now you
I
got me
don't
thinking
know.
about all that shit again and getting scared again.
Oh, stop it. It's going to be fine.
Yeah.
I mean, assuming that you do what needs doing. If you don't do that, it's not going to be fine.
Oh, Jesus. Mitch says we called the emergency line for the bird, and they hung up on us.
Oh my God.
For the what? The bird?
For Mitch's bird.
I didn't know Mage had a bird, or if I did, I forgot. It's funny, I don't remember what happened to them, but for a little while, my parents were keeping 2 doves.
With one
Like,
quarter
we had
glinting
this
clean.
wire mesh cage that looked cobbled together from parts, and we just had doves in it.
Hmm.
Definitely one
I don't think
quarter
we
glinting
even
clean.
named them. They were just the doves.
Okay.
I don't know. I forget like if we got rid of them, if they died, if like one of the cats got at them. I honestly don't remember.
It is poo poo. That's what it is.
Well, there was poo poo all over that cage. You know, I mean, my parents put down
Yeah.
newspaper on the floor, but still. You know. Can't even remember if we ever took them out of the cage. Like if I held one on my index finger or something.
Mm. Yeah, I miss having a bird. We
Yeah?
had one growing up. We had a lilac crown Amazon parrot.
Oh,
So
my.
he was green, but he had a purple head, and his flight feathers were rainbow colored. So he had all, but his main body was green, and he was called Beaker for a reason.
Okay.
We were told when we
What?
got him that he was hand reared, which meant that he had been handled, and that was not true. He was very much not a socialized bird, and anytime you tried to handle him, he would bite.
No.
Ah.
What? I'm a little confused why he was called Beaker, though. If he was green, wouldn't he be Bunsen?
Mm-mm. Beaker because he used his beak all the time.
Oh, I was thinking about the Muppets.
No, 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 no. We were
Okay.
thinking Beaker.
Gotcha.
Yeah. It
Very-
took us almost 3 years to get him to fully allow handling. And by the time uh, we moved, and unfortunately, the house we had a suspension lamp over the
Oh.
dining room table.
Cooked
And
himself, did he?
no, but he was trying. So Mom decided rather than have him kill himself, we found a foster family who eventually kept him.
So I didn't know this until recently, but I heard that parrots have this like just crazy long lifespan,
Yes.
like 150 years or some crap.
It
It's like
depends upon the
75 is
turtles.
easy.
75, 75 generally. But most birds, if you take on a bird, it's a lifelong pet. They can live anywhere between 40 to 75 years.
Yeah, so
Is this
depending on
every
when
bird?
you
Is this every bird?
Just parrots, as far as I know.
Oh,
The parrot
okay,
types.
okay. I thought you
Um,
meant all avians, and I was confused.
Well, I don't know about parakeets. I don't know about cockatiels,
Pretty sure
or
parakeets have a very short lifespan, like less than 10 years.
I don't know about lovebirds, that kind of thing. But I do know any parrot is going to live upwards of 40 years.
Yeah, depending on when you get the parrot, may well
Right.
outlive you.
We had a cousin who had parrots. One was I don't even remember what kind they were. They were big parrots. I don't remember. I think they were cockatoos, and they ended up going to the cousin because his grandmother died, and the birds belonged to the grandmother, and the kid had been raised around him, and the parrots liked them, so they got sent to him
Mm-hmm.
in her will. And that is an animal that is willed to somebody.
Yeah.
And a lot of times parrots will uh, uh, become attached to their owners, and they don't take well to being given to somebody else. But
Mhm.
thankfully Beaker was not attached. But he used to say, I love you, I hate you, mean bird, bad bird. And what was another one he said? Good night. Because we'd go to cover him up, and we'd say, good night, I love you, Beaker. And he started saying, good night, around bedtime. So as we covered him up. So
I've only ever heard parrots in movies, like speaking. I mean,
Mhm.
in person, I've only ever heard them just do like rock, like that. I've never actually heard one speaking words.
Mm.
the parrot at it's not a parrot, it's a macaw at the pet store will say hello sometimes. But he is not a friendly bird. They have signs up, do not touch. He bites.
That's most birds, though.
Yeah. But they've had him at the pet store for 30 years. So, and it's been in that same spot. And they got him when he was a chick, and he's been raised with them, so. But you go in and he's just sitting at the door in a cage near the door, and he just looks at you like, who are you? Why are you in my shop? Go away. He moves very slow. But he does say hello if you speak to him sometimes. But for the most part, he's a very quiet bird. My first husband, his family had cockatiels. They're the little ones. Cockatiels, yeah. And one was named Rinko, and the other one was Conchita. And you'd go in there, and Rinko would commonly say, Rinko's a turkey bird. Every time he'd do something he wasn't supposed to, it'd be, Rinko's a turkey bird. Rinko's a turkey bird. And you just knew he was doing something he wasn't supposed to.
Well, at least he was letting you know.
He could ring he could do a telephone ring too. He liked to trick the house. He'd go, ring, ring, just like the telephone. So they ended up having to switch to a musical tone, and then he started doing the musical tone. So they couldn't win. Oh. Are you tired, Diana?
Oh, I don't know. I suppose I'm starting to fade. I figure everybody on this channel is starting to fade tonight.
It's been one of those nights.
You're yawning. Kate warned me that she was.
I've been yawning all day. And, that's what happens when I only get 5 hours of sleep for the last 3 days.
This is what's going to happen to me after every dialysis session. I'm not going to like it at all,
but you will begin to feel better. It's going to take time. Again, it's going to take time. They're filtering out a lot of shit out of your body right now. And hopefully by the time you make a decision, he'll have started to feel somewhat better. Uh, I doubt you can feel a whole lot worse than you are right now. I mean, yes, you could feel worse, but the constant throwing up is a pain in the ass. So,
Yeah. Haven't thrown up in a while, so that's a good thing, I guess.
yeah, it means you're keeping stuff down when you do eat. Is Purple making sure you eat?
Yeah, more or less.
Good. Good. Uh,
Purple took me shopping, and I'm set for foodstuffs for a while. And I don't know. Just don't know.
well,
I was so close. So
oh.
close.
Hmm.
I just could have stepped over, and it would have been it.
No, 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 no. You don't know that that's the way it would have worked. You don't know that for sure. And trust me, like I said, you don't want to go through the process of dying from kidney disease without help.
I wasn't listening.
It will get better, Diana. I know it doesn't seem like it right now, but it will. And we will do everything we can to help you.
I don't know why you even bother.
Because we care about you. I know you don't know why, but we do. Everybody does. If nobody cared, Purple wouldn't be there right now.
I don't know why. I just don't.
Because we do.
Good people in this world help carry on the fight.
Yep. Wow, Purple's hair is longer than yours, Diana.
When was the last time you got your hair cut?
2006.
It's been a little longer. Last time I got mine cut was 2009.
Yep.
Thereabouts. I just know it was before I met my fiance. So. Unfortunately, when I had it
Figure out.
cut, my fiance convinced me to cut it in like '97. And before that, it was down. My ponytail was down.
Oh, good God.
I was never able to get it that
long.
long.
As it ever gets again.
I was never able to get mine that long.
When I moved to
And
Florida,
it
my
never came back half as long again.
yeah, when I moved to Florida, my hair was down just past the curve of my butt, almost down to mid thigh, and my mom convinced me to get it cut, and it's still taking time to grow out. It's barely to the middle of my back now, after a second trim last year. So nobody can tell because I keep it. But that's the end of my hair in a braid.
Okay, way out in the middle of Agfu.
Hmm.
Oh, jeez.
We'll get you through this somehow, Diana. one step at a time.
There's a dialysis center, and aside from doctor appointments, that's it. That's my life now.
Well, hopefully that will change once you're feeling better. And whatever you decide you're going to do for the dialysis, which would you prefer?
At this point, I'm not sure.
Other than neither.
At this point, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Because there is greater flexibility with peritoneal,
Mm-hmm.
but there are certain things you cannot do that I think I would like to be able to do.
Okay.
Can't go to the local pool and go swimming
Right.
because the little nasties will get in.
Right.
And then again, though, with hemodialysis, can't go anywhere. I can't do anything. It's all.
Uh,
It's all. The life is based around the dialysis center.
mm. Now, I don't know how long dialysis takes when you're doing the hemodialysis.
4 hours,
Okay. And it's every day or 3 times a week?
3 times a week.
Okay. Um, hmm. And you want to break that up so that you get dialysis every other day.
Well, that's the way it's scheduled. Yeah, I mean, now
Right.
my schedule is Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays, 9:45 a.m.
Hmm. So they've got you going in for the hemodialysis right now?
Yes, that's where I was this morning.
Okay. Well, um,
I mean, it's not the full mechanics because I still have the
the thing in your
catheter.
arm. Right.
I mean, that's got to be replaced with. Okay, were I to continue hemodialysis, that would
It'd
be
be up in your
a
arm.
fistula here in the arm, and then
Right.
stick the lead pipes because I guess these things are
Well, that's
pretty
better
heavy
than what
gauge needles.
well, that's better than what they had to do for my grandma. The hemodialysis, that's a smaller machine right now. Yes, it's a fairly small machine, or is it a huge machine?
Well, the thing they used on me this morning was as tall as I was.
Okay, my grandma, when she went in for dialysis, they actually had her in a bed, laying down with a tube running into her stomach and out uh, somewhere else to cycle her blood. So they pull it out one spot and then put it back in through her stomach because she didn't have enough veins to in anywhere else to supply the shift for the circulation, or it might have been her thigh. I don't remember. I just know it was a huge machine that was as tall as she was and as big as a hospital bed.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, the thing, I was in a lazy boy next
Mhm.
to it. It's about 5 feet
right.
tall, and I don't know. It must have weighed
A couple 100 pounds,
at
probably.
least 300 or 400 pounds.
Hmm.
Um, and yeah, that's that. And,
Yeah.
I mean, no matter what I do, there are severe disadvantages.
Right. But which is going to do you the best in the shortest amount of time?
I don't know. I need to find somebody that I can talk to, somebody I can trust,
Hmm.
who
To answer
knows what's
honestly.
going on and will tell me, and
Hmm.
will not sugarcoat it, will not
Right.
uh, get me to do what they want me to do simply because they want me to do it.
Hmm.
Um, I don't know.
Right. Um. Hmm. I don't know enough about dialysis to say much about it other than my grandma refused it eventually because she hated the way it made her feel.
Yep.
But she lingered for over a year and a half after refusing. So, and she was pretty much where you are right now. So, there are other issues that come with refusing the dialysis that I remember, including severe constipation issues that put you in the hospital. Issues with your diet, not eating correctly, so they have to put a feeding tube in. So there are worse things than feeling terrible because of the dialysis.
This is what really gets me. She refused the dialysis, and in doing so, basically said, "I want to die." Yet they are forcing the feeding tube and everything else, which only serves as a continuation
Right,
of
but
the
she
life she
did not.
doesn't want.
Right, but she didn't have any living will
So
to
they can
say,
do whatever they
don't do
want.
this. Right. And she also had 2 kids who were saying, keep her alive, until my grandma told my mom, who ended up being put in charge because my Uncle Russell was not a very good guardian for my grandma. My grandma told my mom, I don't want to live like this. And it took a year for her to pass away after that. And there were multiple trips to the hospital because of constipation issues. Even without the feeding tube, she still had those issues because her body was not processing properly. So, those issues won't go away even if you get a feeding tube. Okay. So you that much I do remember, and the weakness she suffered and the mental decline. So it's not going to be easy either way you go. But it's a matter of how much pain do you want to suffer if you decide you don't want to go. Because it's not going to be like it is now. It's only going to get worse for you. Okay? That's why so many people are saying, we'll do what we can to help, because we don't want to see you like that. Okay? We want you to be healthy and feel better,
That's not going to
not
happen.
feel
We
worse.
already know that's
Well,
not going to happen.
we don't know that. There are people who have offered kidney transplants, you know? So, time is what is needed. And it's up to you to figure out which one you want as far as dialysis goes, because we're all willing to help, Diana. Okay? Whether it be time, talk, money, whatever. Rides, help finding you a better place to live than where you're at. Because Pennsylvania's shit for welfare and Medicaid and that kind of shit. Kate has gone completely silent.
She probably
Uh,
decided she doesn't want to talk to me anymore.
no, I don't think so. Last I heard, she was feeding her cats. She might be feeding herself too. Um, but you know, everybody's willing to help. So, uh, it's a matter of which is a better option for you as far as which dialysis. How often do they have to do the non hemodialysis?
Well, the
The
peritoneal.
peritoneal, yeah,
That's every night.
every
You
night.
do it
So
while you
it
sleep.
happens. Well, that's not too bad. Do you think that would be easier on you?
I don't know anything at this point. I really don't.
Mhm.
Um,
Um,
as I said,
hmm,
it might give me some flexibility, but they say that the outcome of hemodialysis is better than that of peritoneal dialysis. I don't know by what percentage points. Um, and then
see.
there's the other thing too with um, they say storage space for supplies is something you need, and
Uh-huh.
space is at a premium in here. How much space do you need? I don't know. I don't have that much. It sounds like a very strange thing, but I suppose it is there, and I have to ask about this. You know, how many cubic feet do I need to store the stuff? Because you don't know what it looks like in here. It's already packed to the gills. And any Section 8 place I would get, which is all I can afford, would be packed to the gills.
Hmm. Let's see. Let's see if that will get me.
Did you fall asleep, Kate?
Okay.
Yeah.
We
Hmm.
wondered.
Oh, what did I miss?
Me
Oh.
feeling sorry for myself.
Well, stop that. Ugh, man.
Okay.
Okay, please proceed to the next stage like disaster, whatever the fuck they call it. You know, it seems we're on depression. Can we get to bargaining?
Hmm.
Uh,
Oh my. Wow.
I might actually have gotten something restful this time, which is
Oh
good.
my, that's a good thing.
Okay. Um. Okay. Hold
Hi,
on.
Xander.
I may have something for you, Diana.
Hmm.
Um. Let's see. What's your zip code?
Me?
Yes.
15137.
No, mine.
15137.
Yep.
8675309.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Alrighty. Online kidney. It's called Kidney Smart. Um, they do a class. It's free. Doesn't cost anything. Um, uh, they do it. There's one coming up on tomorrow. There's one on Thursday. There's two on Thursday that you can ask questions. There's one on Friday, there's one on next Tuesday, you know. They're all taught by the 4 different people from what I'm seeing. Maybe 5. But the point is they might be able to help answer your questions. Okay.
Which questions are these?
Treatment options, that kind of thing.
Oh,
Possibly how to get help, diet, nutrition, that kind of thing. It'll tell you more about kidney disease and that kind of thing. So commonly done on a nightly basis using an automated cycler. Let's see. All right. Here we are. Internal chat. All right. There you go, Diana. It's in the internal chat for you. Okay. That page has some information about kidney disease and dialysis. And they also talk about home dialysis,
They
hemodialysis.
won't let me.
Well, but
what?
this
Wait,
place,
rewind. What do you mean they won't let you?
I have
Because
to
she
have,
needs a
I have to have
spotter.
a spotter.
right? But they may be able
Ugh, okay, but
to help you.
we've
find
been
a
over
spotter.
this. If you go with purple, I'm sure you can have a spotter. I mean, I know there's a lot of things you don't want to do, but like it or lump it, your life has to change to accommodate these circumstances. It's not going to be the disaster you're describing, that you think. It's going to be better than that. But sacrifices have to be made, and it sounds like you don't want to make any. You know?
Well, that would
They'll
be
be
the
able-
preferable option, but I know that's not possible.
I'm sorry, say that again. What's not possible?
Making no sacrifices would be the preferable option, but I know that's not possible.
What do you mean it's not possible?
Making no sacrifices.
Oh, I thought you said those sacrifices.
Oh,
That's why it
Katibatonaga.
didn't make sense.
Shekapelikise.
Somehow I doubt this shit. The kidney disease solution. Yeah, right, people. Somehow I don't believe that. Oh, okay, here. Let me see this link. Okay, here is another link. It's called What to Expect When Living on Dialysis. Okay, it may answer some of your questions. I don't know. I haven't really looked at the page, but again, internal chat. And there is a video that they have. So there's a lot of videos. So there may be something there that can help you. I can't tell if that was Tornado beating on his desk or somebody knocking on my door.
Oh, it might have been me typing.
No, it was a
Okay.
type sound. So, all right, I am going to head off. I am tired. I'm going to go to sleep, and I'm going to call and check on my mother, who was supposed to call me today and has not. So, I want to make sure that she is okay. So, all right, Diana, take care. I will see you Sunday. Okay?
Sounds reasonable. You be good.
Alrighty. All right. Well, you have my phone number. Call me if you need to talk. Okay?
It's a good
Anytime.
thing.
You know that.
That's true.
Okay? Okay. All right. Take care, guys. Bye bye. Bye,
Have
Purple.
fun.
Oh, loads. I love talking to my mother. Oh, so much.
Well, I don't know exactly when it happened, but have fun became my traditional farewell at some point.
Yeah,
So,
I know.
yeah.
Take care, guys. Bye
Catch you
bye.
with the plague. Oh.
It's just you and me, kid.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Macy's recommending garlic and okra.
Never in my life have I had okra. I'm not even sure what it's like. Like, I've seen it, but I couldn't tell you anything more about it.
I like it fried, but forget boiled. It's slimy.
Yeah, I had that problem with edamame at one point. Like, I couldn't find it dried like you can find, like, soy nuts and stuff.
Okay.
I only found it microwavable, and it came out of the microwave soggy.
Oh, yeah, okay. I've still got a
So,
bag of edamame up there and in the freezer. I haven't even opened the damn thing yet. I don't know.
well, I don't know. I wonder how long stuff like that lasts, like on a shelf.
Not forever.
Amanda messaged me on Twitter. I had to reply. I don't know. I keep wanting to make jokes about Oprah Winfrey.
Okay.
Well, just because of the phonetics. I mean, I don't really have anything against Oprah that I can define. So, I mean, it's not really like I'm attacking her. I just like puns. You know.
Moo. Definite moo.
Yeah.
You know the moo.
Well, yeah, I also know the sand squirrel.
Indeed.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know.
Careful, yeah,
Like-
I'm gonna say.
I mean, I woke up semi-rested, far more than usual, but I'm still a little out of it. And I might have to go out at some point and buy more liquid refreshment because I'm like totally out of orange juice and all I have left is Tang and Kool-Aid. And honestly, I mean, I don't know. Too sugary.
Uh-huh.
Trying to watch my sugar intake. It's why I'm not going all Cookie Monster on those ginger cookies.
That's something I'll miss is the orange juice.
I love citrus so much. I always find it weird when people say, like, oh, it gives me, like, acid reflux and stuff. I'm like, really? I've never had orange juice cause me anything but pleasure and hydration.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. Every time someone says Tang, I picture the cone heads going, astronauts to the moon, like that.
Okay.
Where someone says, Tang, yes, astronauts brought that to the moon, and they start laughing because, they're aliens. I mean, so they have spaceships.
and stuff and things. Oh, I read that wrong. Mage asked what was the brand of those ginger cookies.
Walkers.
What I saw was what was the brand of those ginger
Walkers.
cockatiels.
Walkers. Hold on. Let me see if I can. There's my cursor, my mouse pointer. Sometimes it just disappears on me.
Stem ginger. Huh.
Yeah. Not really sure what that is, but it feels a little gummy.
Okay. It is moo. It is definite moo. Trying to see I wonder if that first call that lost its audio is going to die on its own, or if it's going to live forever in limbo.
Oh, is it still going?
I don't know. There's no way I can find
Whoa.
out because I can't get to it.
You can't just go to your videos?
I don't
Anyway,
know.
I'm looking at my subscriptions, and there's only one stream that I see, which is weird because there should be two. Like even if the other one died, it should still be there.
Oh, remember, the one that died is not a YouTube stream. It's a Google Meet.
Yes, but it was going to go to YouTube, wasn't it?
I was in effect aiming a camera at it and sending the camera output onto YouTube. Which I was able to shut that off.
Okay, but what that means is that the first chat we were in should be on your channel, but I don't see it. You see what I'm getting at?
Indeed.
Like the last one I see is from 2 days ago, from Sunday.
But you should see today's as well, no?
Well, I don't. I mean, if I go to my subscriptions, I should still see the stream. And I see the stream we're on now, but I don't see the first one.
Moo. Okay. Yeah, I see the one we're on now. Five people are watching.
And I wonder, like, I'm just looking at the chat now to see what people are saying.
They're saying kill Clarion.
Nope. Seems more like they're talking about going to bed.
Okay, I see Vonric saying that, yes.
Yeah. I actually hope that little cat nap I kind of accidentally took doesn't fuck up my circadian rhythms. Because it probably could. Oh, well, let's hope the melatonin helps if I get it in the right dose.
I've not any experience with that stuff, really. They tried giving it to me in hospital, and I don't know if it did anything for me or not. Because my non-existent circadian rhythm definitely went south when I was in hospital. It's broken. little tiny pieces.
Sorry, say that last one again.
Yes, I is broken into little tiny pieces.
I'm seeing one big piece, but okay.
Oh, I just don't know. Is somebody wrong on the internet?
Lots of people are wrong on the internet.
Oh, okay.
I'm having to tell people just how full of shit they are, and I'm getting tired of it. And
Update on the account you reported is available.
I don't know if I actually want dinner tonight. I mean, I know eventually I will, but right now,
Oh, this is interesting. I don't remember reporting this guy.
which guy?
Some guy, Mike. Alpha 98011. Thanks for letting us know. Our investigation found the account violated the Twitter rules against hateful conduct. You mean to tell me they actually did something against somebody? I'm amazed. It's not often that I report anybody.
Oh, I report people all the time. Mostly because, well, they keep earning it. I mean, you know, there are certain ways people probably ought not to step over the line.
Moo.
Yeah.
I don't know. What is this?
I don't know. I feel like I'm out of shit to talk about right now. Either that or I'm not competent to discuss
I think
anything because I'm
that's-
still a little tired.
I think that's both of us by now. And maybe the thing to do would be to start to wrap this up because we've been on for 3 hours.
Well, you and Mom NATO have been on for 3 hours. I've been on for, what, 2.5?
Okay, maybe.
Well, I mean, you know, I did sort of a little bit fall asleep. Which I desperately needed, by the way.
Okay then. Okay, Von Rick sent something to my... Von Rick sent me a link. What did you send? Compassion and choices.
I'm hoping I can even cut those melatonin pills. They're really big. Like, you know, those multivitamins that are like about the size of 2/3 of your pinky?
Yeah, okay.
It's one of those, and it's very thick. So I might have to take like a kitchen knife to it.
Okay then.
Or maybe a dwarven battle axe. I don't know. You know, I'm cutting my pills with a claymore. Swing, clap. You know. Of course, I think I have a proper pill cutter somewhere, but I don't think it's powerful enough. Oh, hell, why don't I see? I don't have to take the pill now. Oh, hey, I do have a pill cutter. Yeah, it's one of those little plastic ones that opens up and you can push it down and it cuts.
Yes. Uh-huh. It's got the little V-shaped area that holds the pill in place.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not sure I can do this, though, because it wants to cut the pill down the lengthwise side. There's not enough room to put it, you know, perpendicular?
Milf beef.
All right. Well, I would. Oh my God, those are so pungent. I would very much like to see purple stand next to you and turned 90 degrees, because then we'll see someone who's perpendicular.
Yes.
Okay, well, I just cut the pill in half and it crumbled into particles. Son of a bitch. Oh, and that smells so bad. Oh my
Yeah, they
gosh.
usually do.
Like, look at that. That's what happened when I cut it.
Oh my word.
Yeah, so that didn't work. Ugh. I guess I just have to get something that's already the right dose.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, Vonrick sent me something about Minnesota's End of Life Option Act.
Don't you mean Minnesota?
Yeah, pretty much.
I can't do that accent, but I know there's like Minnesota or something. I don't know.
And in the condition I'm in right now, I'm not sure if anybody would let me do that.
Do what?
Take the what do they call it? There's the book title, and I forget. Exit with Dignity or something like that. Dying with Dignity.
Well, I mean, it's easier to just use the word euthanasia.
I don't know if that's exactly euthanasia, but isn't euthanasia somebody doing it to someone rather than someone requesting it?
No.
Okay. I learned something. Yeah, I don't know if anybody regards
euthanasia is basically just suicide, but medically.
Okay. I don't know if anybody regards me as terminally ill anymore.
Well, I mean, you're getting treatment, so maybe you're not.
Yeah, that's the whole thing there.
And to be perfectly honest, you should have started on dialysis like 2 years ago.
Well, I don't know offhand if anyone would have let me do that 2 years ago.
Oh, well, they would have. You have kidney disease. They know that it's terminal. They would have given you. And you know what? I'll be honest. I'm more than a little bit tired of the paralysis due to uncertainty and fear. You know, it's like, well, you're just gonna procrastinate yourself to death.
Well, in other words, what I was trying to say about that one was I don't know if they would have thought me bad off enough.
Well, okay, but you didn't try. I mean, every time it seems like that you don't know what the outcome is going to be or if someone will make decisions you don't like, you just don't do it.
Well, the doctor was not sending me in that direction, which he was sending me in that direction once I got that bad. So,
Well,
that's all I have to go on right now.
okay, but so what? Are you going to let a lack of information paralyze you?
And besides, it's all moo under the bufu. So
Actually, I kind of want an answer to that one. Are you going to let fear paralyze you? Are you going to let uncertainty keep you from doing what you need to do just because you don't know if it's going to turn out perfect?
I have to become certain. So I guess that's what I have
Why?
to do.
Why?
So I can eliminate the uncertainty.
But why is that required?
Because because it's better than stumbling into a dark room with holes in the floor and you don't know where you're going to fall through. To get
No,
an
it's not.
idea of
No,
where the
it's
holes
not.
are in the floor, then you've got a
No,
better
no,
you got a better
no,
shot to
no,
go on.
no, no. See, that's the thing, is you may never get that information. And
And
if
if I
you
never
don't,
get that
no, no,
information,
no,
I
no,
have to make a
and
decision eventually.
well, the thing is, you don't have a lot of eventually left if you don't make the decision. So you're gonna have to basically suck it up and do something where you don't know exactly how it's gonna go. I mean, seriously, if you wait and see, you might end up giving yourself a death sentence that was avoidable. Would it be so terrible to take a risk? To take a chance?
I'd like to minimize that risk.
Okay, but is it so terrible to just do it anyway?
Depends on what just doing it anyway is.
Okay. If
We
you're
have we have two different mindsets, definitely.
yes, and yours is going to kill you.
It's not necessarily that bad a thing.
Oh, for crying out loud. Diana, stop being a cunt about this, okay? Seriously, this is really obnoxious on your part. I mean, your cynicism is 100% getting in your own way. You're being your own worst enemy right now, and frankly, it's pissing me off. Okay, this frustration in trying to get you to do the right thing is getting very old.
I guess
What?
that's all of it, isn't it? I've got some people to talk to. I've got a couple days to do it.
Well, frankly, it's probably for the best that I'm not there, because you'd be getting a whole bunch of kicks in the ass.
I might like that.
Oh, for crying out loud. See, it feels like I can't even talk to you because you don't confront anything I say head on.
I'm doing the best I can to deal with this, and it's not very much. I know it's not very good. It's not very much. I'm not very good at this.
Well, the thing is, when people start giving you advice, you start fighting it. I mean, I meant it when I said I can't understand why it's so difficult to get someone to save their life. This is ludicrous. You have options, good options, but because there's uncertainty and it's not perfect, you're going to not bother? Who does that?
I know you're going to go throw your hands up and roll your eyes. You say you don't understand how it's so difficult to get someone to save their own life, and I think it's because my life doesn't mean that much to me. And right now, it just doesn't. Maybe I can make it mean something.
But you don't have the time for that if you don't
mean a damn thing. I'm sorry, but that's the way it worked out. What does it matter? What does any of it matter?
Well, my philosophy has been that a life enjoyed is a life well spent. Entertain yourself. And I like what Mage just said. Your life does mean something. You think we'd be having this conversation if it didn't? I mean, hell, look at Purple right there. If anyone is showing you that your life means something, it's right now. I mean, even if it doesn't mean something to you, we like having you around. And if that's not something that warms your heart, I guess, although that sounds really fluffy, Bunny, then I don't know what will. But obviously we care. You're valued. So if your life
I
doesn't mean
have
anything
no
to
idea
you,
why. I have no idea why you could even care.
well, you don't have to know why. It's the truth, and it's not going to change whether you understand it or not. And we're saying to you, we are a resource you can use to make your life better. Use us. We're willing. I mean, seriously. And honestly, your value is really up to us. I see Purple in the chat now.
What is Purple saying?
Just greeting sentient beings so far. Well, I'm hoping this is catharsis you desperately need. Purple wants in.
Yeah, sure, I'll send you a link.
And honestly, I feel like that you reacting like this means deep down you value yourself, whether you realize it or not. I mean, it's obvious by your crying that you know you have something to lose that's valuable to you. And it's yourself. I mean, when all is said and done, I genuinely believe you want to live. You're just getting in your own way a bit.
What is there to live for?
Well, I know you like food. You may not be able to have the same amount of portions, but there's probably a lot you love that you can still have. There's always entertainment. There's a lot of entertainment you haven't actually tapped yet. And I would love to introduce you to some of the movies I like and all of that stuff. Let's see. Well, if you don't do the stomachy dialysis thingy, you can do that swimming stuff you talked about. There's always stuff to learn. You obviously love to learn things. There's something to live for. There's so much. Hell, music, if nothing else. I mean, it can bring you so much joy, so much introspection. There's so many things to live for. This world provides a lot for people to do to spend their time and enjoy it. You have a lot to live for. I mean, hell, if I might indulge in a little bit of self, what's the word I'm looking for here? Not aggrandizement, but whatever. Hey, if nothing else, you get to keep hanging out with me. I know you like that.
Oh, Lord.
I mean, you want reasons to live for. I just gave you a bunch.
Well, and I can understand that when you're living alone and you have no one around, the days feel kind of empty and meaningless. But, you know, if you can live whatever time you have left with friends around, it feels like it has more to it.
That's another reason to go with purple. Also, purple, you're a smidge quiet. Oh, hey, look at Mage. These live streams are helping me feel less alone, so you're helping me. And hell, this right now is one of my few social outlets during the pandemic. You know, I mean, what else am I going to do but talk to people on streams like this? And you and me, we've been doing this a long time. You know? So that's a social outlet right there.
So hard to see anything.
Get glasses then.
Just did.
Put them on then. And I know what you meant. But still, like, so what? I mean, sometimes you just have to go, what is the term, unto the breach? You know, damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead, Diana.
Moving's a huge hassle, and big changes in life are always scary, regardless of how good an idea it seems to be.
I mean, goodness knows I spent a lot of time right before that brain surgery having to work up the courage to do it. And I didn't know what was going to happen. For all I knew, I was going to wake up a vegetable. But I didn't. And I did it anyway. And look how much better it is. I am what, like 4-ish years seizure free, something like that? Maybe it's only 3. But still, my life is significantly better because I took that chance. And yours can be too. Well, let's put it this way. What have you got to lose?
You're not asking other people for anything. People are volunteering it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, seriously, take what is sincerely and generously and selflessly offered. I mean, seriously. I mean, and I know what it's like to feel a little awkward accepting help from people. I mean, occasionally I've had some of my subscribers send me these like super expensive gifts, and I'm like, wow, do I really rate that? I mean, I guess I must, but wow. But my feeling is not despair like it seems to be in yours or confusion. It's more like pride, I guess, or just the feeling of, wow, someone actually accepts me. And here we are. Hell, you have people offering you far more than just a 3D printer. You're being offered kidneys, for fuck's sake, body parts to save your life. I mean, and they're being freely offered. What more sign is there that people give a shit and want you around?
We've got a small community. You know, we need everyone we have here.
Well, hell, I mean, maybe even being needed is better than being wanted. In fact, I'd say that being needed includes at least a little bit of wanted.
Well, and also, if other people want to help you, then maybe that's how they give their own life meaning, by helping you.
Goodness knows I've really developed a taste for charity. I like it. I wish I had bajillions of dollars so I could give it all away. That sounds really stupid, but you know what I mean.
No, we were discussing that earlier, how with the community we have, that I think most of the people here, if they suddenly won millions of dollars, would start dispersing it among the group.
Well, actually, the thing I really would want to do, and I don't know why I latched onto this so hard, but I want to fix Flint, Michigan's water. Like, I really want to do that.
Yep.
So, I mean, yeah, I might not give it to other atheists, but I'd certainly help a lot of people if I was a bajillionaire. And yeah, Von Rick, maybe I rate whatever you send me, but at the same time, I mean, well, let's put it this way. I don't feel unworthy. I feel surprised more than anything else.
Well, I was certainly surprised and confused as far as everybody who sent to our moving fund. I mean, I threw it out there thinking that we might get a couple of people to offer us some help. I really never expected the whole thing to get paid for.
I mean, hell, didn't I chuck you 200?
I don't remember the amounts anymore, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and willingly so, gladly so. I like helping people. I really do.
One that I certainly can't pay back everyone, so the best I can do now is to use whatever I have to help other people along the way.
Well, and you did send me that set of jarts, which I really love. I mean, I haven't used them. They're just a big part of my childhood, so it's very nostalgic just to have some.
Mm-hmm.
So I definitely appreciate that too. Oh yeah, did you ever get all those video games I sent you?
Oh yeah, I thought I sent you something about yes.
Maybe it
Lost
got lost in my spam filter. But no, I'm glad. I just wanted to make sure you got them because I'd never got a confirmation, and I'd hate for my efforts to be charitable to go to waste.
I thought I had sent you a thank you on Twitter there. I'm sorry.
Like I say, it might have gotten lost in the shuffle. It's not your fault. No harm
Or it
done.
might
Don't
have
worry
been a
about it.
communication between me and South Pearl about. I thought she was sending it. She thought I sent it, something like that.
Maybe. I don't know. It's not a problem. I just wanted confirmation to make sure I didn't do that in vain. That's all.
Oh no.
Ugh.
Okay, Sarah, improving your own living situation first is not being selfish. That's being practical.
Hmm.
I mean, yeah, if I won the lottery, the first thing I would probably do is go and get a better car. But after that,
Yeah. Well, and I've looked at how those lotteries work. They if you win, they give you a choice. You can either get a recurring stipend or they can give you like half of it all at once.
yeah.
So I would definitely take the stipend. I've heard too many horror stories about people who win the lottery, take all of it at once, and then end up going bankrupt just because they don't know how to manage it. But if you're getting like a steady income, like it's UBI, but from the lottery, I mean, it just sustains you for a while. Not that I even buy lottery tickets. I'm just saying hypothetically.
I've bought 2 or 3 lottery tickets in my time, and I mean literally 2 or 3. And that's since I was 17, because the Ohio lottery started in 1974. So.
For a while, I was buying a lot of scratch cards, like the ones that have 3 or 4 little bingo cards on them. I mean, I never really win, but they're just fun to scratch off. Like once I won $2,
Yeah.
My ex used to like doing those. So we're buying a couple of them a month for a while, and I actually won $100 on one of those.
Oh, nice.
Well, but I think over the run, I'm sure we spent more than everything we won.
You always do, yeah.
Unless you get lucky on the first go. But it's true that the house always wins, so to speak.
Yeah. I'm not sure about the lottery numbers, but for most casinos, like the slot machines are designed to pay back 48 cents on the dollar.
Mm-hmm. And some of them have these like bullshit blank spaces on them. You know, like it's not even like sorry you lose. It's just white on the wheel. It's weird. Like, or at least that's what I saw the one time I was in Vegas. And I'm looking at what Seraphim says here. I like didn't have a lot of money for a very long time, so when I started getting a reasonable income, I actually was still in the habit of saving everything. It took me like a couple of years to accept that I can spend money on myself. It's weird, but yeah.
Yeah, well, that's a totally stupid thing. You win $2,500 and spend all of it on more tickets.
She probably didn't win a damn thing, did she?
Probably not. Yeah.
Well, I was asking Seraphim. Like, actually asking, as in, I want to know.
I mean, I win the lottery every year. This is what I tell people, and the way that works. I've spoken of the rent rebate program, have I?
The what?
The rent rebate program.
No, I don't
Where
know about that one.
if you're disabled or if you're a geezer, you can make application and get a percentage of what you paid in rent returned to you. Based on your income and all this other stuff. That's funded by the Lottery Commission. So that's how I win the lottery. Is every year I make application, and I used to get $650 a year, and now I get about 500.
Hmm.
But even that, 500 would buy me a couple pairs of shoes.
I don't know. I've never really understood the obsession with shoes. I have sneakers, and that's all I need. Well, I take that back. Sneakers and motorcycle boots that I'm not sure I'll ever use at this point.
Well, I'm hard on shoes. I'll get the walking shoes, like the New Balance or whatever it is, and
Hmm.
I might get a year or a year and a half out of a pair of those before the heel starts to wear through. So that's like 150 at a time.
I'm finding myself wondering how you're walking that you can manage to do that in 1 or 2 years.
I don't know,
I
but
mean, the only way I can picture it is constant shuffle step that scrapes the heels against the sidewalk.
part of it might be that. I'm not exactly sure what I do, but I know I walk to the outside of my feet.
I don't know what that means.
That means that my feet are they're not flat against the ground; they're tilted out.
That is very odd.
Yeah. Let's see. It's sort of like the ground is here, and then my feet are coming down like this.
Yeah, you're pointing at the wrong camera. There you go.
Yeah. And there you are, and then they're coming down like that instead of like this.
That
Even
is very strange. Is that involuntary? Like, can you like consciously not do that, or is it purely physical?
it seems to be purely physical. It seems to be just the way I'm built. I've done it all my
Mhm.
life, and I'm not. I don't know how to correct that, if you will.
Did you have any kind of leg injury as a child?
I don't know of any, but that doesn't mean I didn't have some sort of malformation as the youngest infant.
Yeah, that kind of thing to me implies that the bones in your leg grew a little strange.
I never wore corrective shoes the way my sister did, but who can tell?
Hmm.
And yeah, it's just all sorts of fun. Um, it was a lot easier. I could make one pair of work shoes, when I actually worked for a living and I went into the office and all that, and bought a $150 pair of floor shames, I could make those last 10 years by
Holy shit!
getting replacement heels and soles.
Oh my gosh.
What?
Well, okay, on Twitter, they've been preparing for this like ElfQuest audio thing where it's like an audio drama, right? And a very famous voice actress just liked my post. And I'm like, if you've ever heard of Cree Summer, she's in every goddamn thing, and she's great at what she does, and she just liked my post. I am so flattered.
Oh my
I,
word!
what I said was, I kind of wanted to be in this thing. Sent an audition anyway. Can I be additional voices? I always love that character, and they're in everything.
All right.
Oh, that's so great. I cannot believe she did that. That is so cool. Wow, that just made my day like you wouldn't believe.
I think I'll have
I
many.
kind of believe. Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, I was over the moon when you followed me. And,
Yeah, but I'm not like professionally acting in like cartoons or nothing. She is, and she does it so well, and she's super famous, and I love her to death. And she just liked my tweet. Ha! I love it.
I don't recognize the name. I'd have to look her up on IMDb to see what character she did.
Well, prepare for a very long list.
Well, that's what I mean. I'd have to go through there myself to see which shows I actually watched that she was in.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm not 100% certain, but she and I might have an IMDb entry in common.
Oh, see, you've worked with her.
I forgot that she had been in Atlantis: The Lost Empire. And, like, she played one of the major characters. And if she was in the video game that I was in, or rather that I worked on, wow. Let's see, Atlantis: The Lost Empire. Let's see how many entries there are. Yep, there it is. She and I have worked together. That's so cool. Oh, wait, no, this is the other game that came out. Damn it. Let me see if I can find... There it is, Search for the Journal. That's the one we worked on. Wow.
There were a couple times where I got really, really nice surprises. So I kind of know where you're feeling. The day I got into a conversation with Chris Hadfield, NASA astronaut, Canadian. Really, really nice guy. But it's you don't expect to talk to people like that, especially one-on-one. And being in that,
go on.
being in that Space Hipsters group really helped because I got to meet a lot of people that were there, and the one friend of mine, her father had picked up the original Mercury astronauts after their splashdowns. Her father was Wayne Coons, who had flown the helicopter. I kind of know the feeling of what it's like.
Well, yeah. I don't know. It's just wow. I'm not sure whether I should point it out to her that we work together. I don't know. I mean, I'm thinking she wouldn't mind. So, well.
If there's already a string running, I can't see a problem with adding a comment to it about that.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking more about whether I should brag.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, or if it even counts as a brag.
Yeah, it probably does. But
Oh,
that's
well.
okay. A little bragging is all right.
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, I do it. You know I do.
Yeah, but you also run yourself down a lot, so, your mileage may vary a smidge.
Right? About all Kate ever does is brag.
Yeah, there you
Yeah,
go.
I am absolutely the best at bragging. No one can match my bragging skills.
Let's see. She brags and she seeks out arguments, right?
Speaks out arguments?
Yeah,
I don't know what that means.
that Twitter thread earlier.
Now, see, I'm perfect,
I'm
but if
still
I went
lost,
around
but
saying
okay.
it, I wouldn't be humble, and that would be a flaw. So I have to wait for all of you to realize it on your own.
Yeah, okay, there you are. There you are.
Has Photoshop betrayed me? Ah, there's the command I'm looking for. Hmm. Ah, there it is.
Yeah, there's a little somebody making noises here.
Sounds like a Sylvia.
It's really interesting to hear her make the noise and then hear it come over the line maybe a quarter second later.
Well, I think she was confused yesterday when you had the speakers come on and she was hearing herself coming out of the box.
Mm-hmm.
Because, yeah, like you say, there was like that 2 second delay that she'd do it, and then it was like somebody was doing it back at her.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Which is what I'll do. We'll meow at each other for extended periods. Yeah, there you go. I like that, Von Rick.
Which is, I haven't been watching the side chat for a bit now.
Hmm.
Yes.
What time? Oh, it's not even 8 yet. Okay.
Yeah, I have 2243 hours, so let's see. That would be 1943 hours where you are. Yeah. That's the nice thing about a 24-hour clock. Shifting time zones is easier than it is with a 12-hour clock.
Well, I mean, yes and no. There's some where it's like, oh gosh, how many hours and in which direction?
Oh, God. Yeah, Australia gets me confused. The UK gets me confused every time.
Hmm.
No, I'm going to pick you up. And this time, you're going belly up.
Uh-oh.
All the paws in the air now.
Mel. Treats. Mel. Treats. Mel. I don't know, some people's kitties. Oh, she's complaining. Look at that.
This mage says Sylvia needs you alive.
Very likely find a much better human than me. Human that would give her chicken every day
Well-
and play with her every day.
So I sent that tweet for whatever it's worth.
Uh-oh.
Oops. How did that happen? I'm trying to copy paste here.
Yeah,
So
I
I
have
can-
been having a problem here with Sylvia wanting to walk across my keyboard. My computer does
Oh.
strange things when keys are randomly pressed.
Yeah,
Oh,
Xander used to do that, but now he knows perfectly well to not be on the desk.
Well,
Well,
that's
mostly perfectly well. There are times where I might have put the vape pen like standing up on the desk, and he really wants to bat at it. You know, but other than that, he knows the desk is off limits.
I like the thing you did there.
Yeah. I'm hoping it's received well. Eh,
Maybe she'll offer you a job. I don't know.
you never know.
For shit, Brooke, how you doing?
Oh, hey, Brooke.
I could not have heard that correctly. Did you say for shit, Brooke?
Yep. Brooke asked how I'm doing. And I said, for shit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I had to pull the chat back up because I was on Photoshop, and now I get the context.
This is really, really interesting. I'm looking at one of my fingernails here. Do you have the situation where your fingernails curl in from the sides?
No,
Yeah,
that sounds a little ingrowing.
Yeah, it's really weird. Let's see if I can see what I'm doing here to give you an
Yeah,
idea.
I have some of that problem too.
There. Okay, it's up in the corner of the YouTube. I don't know if you can see it or not. This one is. It's rolled in.
You're really pointing that at the wrong
The
camera.
camera's at your face. We're not seeing your hands at all.
Yeah. Okay. Because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to do it while I can see it at the same time, so I know what I'm doing.
Oh, dear gods, no wonder. I don't know. I keep my fingernails pretty trimmed just because, well, a good lesbian does.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Well-
like not that it's been relevant in nearly 10 years. Yeah, it's been that fucking long, but you never know. I mean, there have been times when I was completely surprised by like a one night stand. And, well, I mean, while I can do everything with my tongue, it's better to have your hands not scrapey.
Yeah. What, honey? What is the kitty? Oh, somebody's kitty is being a kitty.
Well, I'm not sure that kitties can help it. Actually, it suddenly occurs to me I should probably delete all of the Red Bull off of my wish list because I think I'm going to try to cut down on my caffeine, and getting like 2 flats of it is going to be, well, bad. So, yeah.
Like, I wonder if part of why I'm waking up feeling nasty is the caffeine, except I used to do that before the caffeines. I don't know. I'm just hoping that the melatonin works tonight. Yeah, it's funny to watch some of the folks who don't know about, lesbian nails, and they ask, like, why are those two trimmed but the rest aren't?
Yeah, yeah.
And it's like, yeah, you might want to look that up.
Hmm.
You just say that's why I'm popular.
So, yeah. Now, I did not exactly intend this for the Satan message, but you can see the nails.
Yes.
So, yeah. I don't know. I'm glad the pinky isn't trimmed because that would imply the shocker.
All right then.
You don't know the shocker, do you?
Nope.
Yeah, you fold down your ring finger and then 2 in the pink, 1 in the stink.
Alrighty then.
Yeah, that's the shocker.
Yeah, I knew exactly what you meant by the 2 nails trimmed.
Yeah, well, it seems Diana did not.
Well, the 2 nails trimmed, but I didn't know about the pinky.
Well, still, I mean, it's a thing. I was a little surprised by I joined a lesbian group on Facebook and suddenly realized there's a whole bunch of slang I've never heard, and I don't know why. Like, apparently a lot of lesbians will refer to themselves as earthlings, which I don't understand, aren't we all? But apparently that's a thing. There's also a very specific lesbian way to sit. And I was very surprised by that too, because I constantly sit like that.
Okay.
Oh, how is that?
I'm not sure I can describe it, but it's like slumped down in the chair so your ass is at the very end of it, and then one leg up on the chair so that your heel is on the chair and the other one's extended. Let's see if I can find a good example.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it as well.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, all right, well, I still want to find an example in case anyone in the chat doesn't. But seriously, I'm finding very little. Let me try slumped instead of sitting. Also, there was a character in Cyberpunk who is a lesbian, and there were some like male fans going, "Only boys sit like that," because she had her legs spread. And I'm like, "You haven't hung out with lesbians, have you?" I don't know. It was weird. Yeah, I'm not finding a good one. I may have to go to that Facebook group instead, which will make things difficult because like 15 pictures an hour get posted. So, yeah, it's weird when there's a culture like that. I don't know. Like, it's because it's so insular that people outside of it look at it as something quite alien. Like,
Okay,
I wonder how much acceptance of the LGBT community would there have been if early on, at least in this country, people had like just come out a lot and started Pride like 100 or 150 years ago. Oh, football.
I don't know.
I saw something on Facebook earlier this morning that was saying that it was talking about gender separation in this day and age and the history of why it's like it is now. Because apparently the expected difference between genders has gotten so extreme compared to like whenever it was it said in the article. And there was like this one dude who was like a psychologist or something who said, no, these are very different. And he's the reason why pink is associated with girls and blue with boys, which is weird because there was a time when that was reversed.
Yes.
And like you can find pictures of little boys in dresses, and that was very common until that dude started saying, no, we have to have distinct genders, God damn it. And then everything got polarized. And I have to wonder, like, if you go back in time and murder that guy, how does LGBT shit change?
Yeah.
Well, and people don't realize how recent that is because there are pictures of Theodore Roosevelt as a child wearing a dress.
I have pictures of the male slimy bastard in a dress as a child.
And I guess it was much more recent than I remember, but
Yeah, because the
still,
MSB was born in 1925.
Yeah, it's been less than 100 years that dresses were only for girls.
yeah. I don't know. It was just, I wonder what would have happened if we could have stopped that guy somehow. I don't know.
I don't know if it's
But then
totally.
again, I've always speculated about going back in time and like rescuing Jesus if he really existed. Like there'll be no Messiah on my watch, bitch. You're not sacrificing yourself at all. Nuh-uh. Go in with a commando squad and take him off the cross or stop them from putting him up. Oh gosh, there was another one. Oh yeah, of course, going back in time and like stopping Hitler before he can be elected chancellor.
Oh, some of them, it might have been a case of, if not that one, then some other one.
Maybe, but
I mean, Messiahs were a dime a dozen in first century Palestine, for example.
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't let that stop me from giving it a whirl.
Mm.
Because the Hitler question always comes up, I had to address that in my time travel series.
Yeah?
And their answer was, Hitler is who you got because we executed the guy ahead of him.
Yeah. Huh?
Well, I mean, I seem to remember a story once where a bunch of people just kept killing and killing and killing till they got the guy they wanted, or at least the type of person they wanted. Someone a little more benevolent kind of thing. Of course, I still insist that time travel will kill you.
It'll kill somebody.
Well, what I mean is, here we are on Earth and we're going to time travel and we go back or forward in time. And now Earth is way over there and we're sucking vacuum.
Yeah.
Everyone assumes that you will arrive out of your time trip in the same place on Earth that you started. And it's just plain not so.
Well,
I mean, unless it's the kind of time machine where it just accelerates time for everyone else and slows it down for you. Sort of like actually the movie in the H.G. Wells, time machine movie. I'm not sure how it was in the book because I didn't read it, but I saw the movie, and basically the guy watched everything changing in fast motion.
Yes.
So I mean, I guess that kind of time machine might hold a person in place as opposed to one that just goes beep and you're in another time.
Ow.
What did Kitty do?
I am not paying enough attention to her, so she is clawing at my butt.
Uh-huh.
She's poking me in the back because I wasn't petting her enough.
Welcome to my world.
And now I have that song in my head.
Okay, glad to be of service.
Well, there's a song called "Welcome to My World" by Nerf Herder, I believe, and it's kind of a demented song. Like it's all about someone who's just a complete slob.
Okay.
It's like sitting in my boxers, eating Apple Jacks. Welcome to my world. Welcome to my world. Whacking off to late night Cinemax. Welcome to my world.
Jesus.
Jägermeister and Captain Crunch, Nicotine and the Brady Bunch, building a fort out of pudding cups. Welcome to my world. Welcome to my world. Actually, it's a boat out of pudding cups. The font's small. Don't judge me. So yeah, it's like I say, it's just about a complete slob. Wow. And also, maybe I was right about the lyrics. Looking at this, it's like badly misspelled. I think they used an algorithm to record them. And much like with my phone trying to do voice commands, it misunderstands a few, especially proper nouns. Like it very much got Frasier and Norm wrong when the guy was singing about Cheers. Like it says Frasier and Normand.
Yeah,
It
especially
says-
if the person has a bit of an accent.
The guy singing definitely has a generic ass American accent. Well, I mean, assuming, of course, that they're from the United States. It took me a long time to realize Def Leppard is British.
Mm.
Yeah, an American rock band from Santa Barbara, California.
Moo.
But no, that song's amusing the first couple of times, and then I just listened to it for the sound. Because it is a good song, well built. Hmm.
Or as they say Dayu Korostu.
That's what some of they say.
Yeah.
Of course, I don't know what korostu means, but maybe it shouldn't die. I don't know. Yeah. Also, wouldn't it be kill a korostu? Unless you're dyeing it a color, I suppose.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean,
Or you're saying, die, you Korostu.
but you isn't there. It's a korostu. Isn't that what you're saying? Daya korostu?
I don't know. I might get it wrong every now and then because it's really not formalized. What I'm trying for is Dayu.
Dayu okay.
Yeah, Dayu Korostu. And I see where it could sound like Daya Korostu. Yeah.
Hmm.
Either way, it means absolutely nothing. You know, as my ex called it, fluent stupid. What I need to do, I've already started, and it is kind of fun. I need to develop a grammar, and then maybe I can, develop the grammar by using English words, and then put the grammar over those words, and then once I get the grammar working, then work on a vocabulary until I've come up with a language that makes absolutely no sense to anyone.
Well, that's sort of what I'm doing for my sci-fi story, Quinn Redshift, because sure, you don't really see it much in the animation, but I want to continue it as a graphic novel, and that requires, well, I mean, because I don't want to reveal too much of the plot, but there's an alien species that desperately needs a spoken language, so I've started compiling a lexicon and deciding how the grammar's supposed to work, and quite frankly, the sentence structure is very Japanese or possibly Yoda. So, yeah.
I know the shit I've been doing borrows from German, where all the verbs go to the end.
It sounds Russian.
Yeah. I've been working on several alien languages for my novel. And with one of them, the sentence structure kind of depends. That if the verb comes before the noun, it's a question. If the noun comes before the verb, it's a statement.
I'm probably gonna do that with like single syllables, much the way like Japanese ends ka at the end to indicate it's a question. I might come up with something that is added to a word. Maybe I'll put it at the first word to let people know a question is coming. I don't know.
Okay, yeah.
But I mean, I'm not a linguist. I just sort of like to pun a lot.
So I guess we'll see, but
Yeah, I've never really studied it a whole lot, so I'm just kind of making up things on the fly. But it's like, trying to come up with things that I can have at least 4 or 5 languages that sound like they're completely unrelated.
Well, Sarah says I gave up on my novel, and I'll say I gave up on my navel.
well, I have started several novels and reading them back to myself, I'm like, my gosh, this is terrible. I mean, maybe I could revise it and make it less terrible. I don't know, but I mean, I have a few ideas that honestly, maybe I'll incorporate them into Quinn Redshift instead of a standalone thing.
Well, that's why I'm working on my third novel, and the first two should never be read by anyone.
Nah, I don't know. The last idea I had was just too close to a movie I saw once, only sci-fi instead of present day. And I was like, I don't know if anyone's going to notice, but I feel cheap for copying.
Well, they all did it. I mean, consider that Shakespeare didn't write very much that was original.
Yeah, well, I don't like Billy Wagglepike to begin with, so.
Well, what is that thing that there's actually only 7 stories in the human experience, and we just keep repeating them endlessly, something like that?
Well,
Pretty
it'd be
much.
nice if Tim Burton would branch out instead of making the same 2 movies over and over again. Everything he makes is either a variation on Batman or Beetlejuice. Everything.
Yeah, I've never really been that impressed with Tim Burton. I mean, like Nightmare Before Christmas, I enjoyed the animation, but other than that, I've never been that impressed with his work.
And every time, like, it was a long time before I realized that Danny Elfman had more range than just making music that sounded like some sort of psychotic circus. Like, I saw a movie where he composed the score, and when I saw his name in the opening credits, I was like, oh, fuck, I hate this guy. But then he started, like, the music was nothing like what he does for Tim Burton. I'm like, holy shit, maybe I don't hate this guy.
I don't know. Maybe Burton wanted him to write crap.
Well, maybe it's just that I don't like that sort of circusy music that's supposed to sound creepy. Every Tim Burton movie, the soundtrack sounds like bum 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 bum, and then add a calliope.
Yeah.
And I'm like, fuck this. This is terrible. Yeah, but it's true. Like a lot of times, people come up with a really cool premise, but the execution looks like everything that came before it. I don't know. Maybe I should continue with that idea that resembles PCU too much. I mean, maybe no one will notice. I didn't intend it that way. The original inspiration was to call out just how doctrinaire the left has gotten to the point where you can't discuss anything rationally. Like, if you push back on any idea at all, it becomes a fight. And I'm like, well, okay, I guess I won't, like, inject my opinion into anything. Bye-bye.
Yeah. There are the times you just want to give up.
Well, it's not so much give up as I don't know, reject the assholes. Which I don't consider giving up so much, because every now and then you'll find people who are willing to discuss things reasonably. Like you may not understand each other or agree, but at least they take your points at your word. And if they misconstrue something, they'll accept your clarification. That's really rare on the left these days, and it's part of why I feel politically homeless in this country.
I say drop the match in the dumpster and walk away before the big flare.
I must have misheard that. It sounded like drop the match and the CERN?
In the dumpster.
Oh, because I'm picturing the super collider. Okay.
No, just get out of there before it flares up big enough for anyone else to notice you started it.
Fair enough, I guess. I don't know. I mean, it only a little bit, like, it's only in the premise a bit where it's like there's all these people who are so up their own ass that they don't realize that they're like alienating potential allies kind of thing. And there's also an aristocracy class that you basically acts like the right wing, and it was all about a character who uh, basically was sick and tired of it and tries to do something about every I mean there's a certain amount of Life of Brian in there too. You know, it's like we're not the Judean People's Front, we're the People's Front of Judea. You know, there's nothing we hate more than the fucking Judean People's Front. Splitters, you know, like that. That's the kind of thing people do in this universe I created. And I have a character who like balks against it, you know?
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's weird to call out what's nominally your own side, but sometimes you kind of have to a little bit. I mean, you know, if people are heading down the wrong course, what else can you do?
Hey, you. What are you doing?
Huh.
She's not totally annoying yet, but she's working on it.
One thing that's mildly frustrating trying to rebuild my friend list is I don't recognize some of these people sending me friend requests, and I kind of a little bit want to keep this to people I know.
Okay.
But at the same time, well, having all of that exposure on Facebook really helped my channel. I don't know. It's strange. I mean, like I remember an episode of The Big Bang Theory where Sheldon was just totally going off on how he just reached 100 followers on Twitter, and I'm like, that's adorable. I have like 2,500, but hey, who's counting? You know?
That one I don't understand. Where
What?
is it that you have 2,500, but I have over 3,500?
Because I really didn't like Twitter for a very long time and stayed off it.
Oh,
I
okay.
I still find the format really clunky because I tend toward the verbose. You may have noticed,
Just a
and
little.
I'm having a like hard time doing triage on what I say
Yeah.
to be able to fit the characters while still expressing the concept. It's hard to do. So I mostly went to Facebook instead of Twitter. So people weren't seeing me. They didn't have exposure to me much, but they did have exposure to you more because you don't go to Facebook, you stick to Twitter. So that's why you probably have more followers. I mean, I imagine I might eventually pass you the more I use Twitter, but I don't
I
know.
was expecting that you would, yes,
Yeah.
because you've got that much more of a name, you've got that much more history, etc. If you get where I'm coming from.
Yeah, the format of Twitter is useless. You can't have discussions there.
Oh
You
yeah,
know, Twitter is only good for posting memes and one-liners and should not be used for anything else.
yeah, I mean, someone asks you to prove something that's so complicated, it'll take like 15 tweets to get it out. And what's the point? Because they're just going to ignore 90% of it anyway. I mean,
Well, and the way that Twitter threads it, if you're going to wind up typing something that's like, 5 connected posts, by the time you finish the 5th one, people have commented on the 2nd and 3rd one, and those are branched off separately, and people never saw the rest of it.
actually, there's a way around that.
Yes, there is. I was about to bring that. You can stack them and then post them all at once.
Yeah, there's a little plus sign like down
Yep.
to the right, and that'll add posts without posting the first one.
You can
yet.
do that with a brand new post, but that doesn't work when you're commenting on
well,
someone else's.
Right,
Okay,
yeah.
fair enough. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's worthless for having discussions about complicated issues.
Yeah.
You know, you start arguing with theists about genetics and they say prove X, and the only thing you can do reliably is send them a link and say read or watch this, because I can't do it in however many characters they give us. What is it, 250 now?
Yeah.
250, 280, something like that. Yes.
Well, I think when they bump it up, they do it by factors of 50.
Okay.
But don't quote me on that.
Because what I had originally thought was they started with 140 and then doubled it, but I could be full of shit just easily.
I think
thought it
that's
was, I
right.
thought it was 150, but all right.
Okay. Okay. I'm not going to argue the
But
point.
well, I
because
mean,
it's-
I
it's not
can
worth
look
it.
it up.
I have the same problem even with the side chat here on
Oh.
YouTube. That I a lot of times can't fit my comment into 200 characters.
I gotta get something
It is-
to drink.
it
I'm gonna
is
be right
280.
back.
It is 280. Let's see. Oh, but if you want to obtain greater engagement, your tweet should contain between 71 and 100 characters, according to Buddy Media. Why? I mean, is it just people don't want to read a wall of text and that's why you don't get the exposure?
Well, I think a lot of it is because most people are using Twitter on their cell phone. So if it doesn't fit on one screen grab on the cell phone, a lot of people aren't going to finish reading it.
Well, that's another thing I'm pretty sick of, is how phone-centric the internet has gotten. And it's like PCs have just been tossed aside. Like, you guys are an afterthought.
Yep.
I hate that.
Oh, I know, because I don't want to do any internet stuff on my phone. It's all on my computer.
It's so clunky to do it on a phone. It always disagrees with me where my finger landed when I'm typing.
Yep.
And it's just a pain in the ass. It's kind of
Yeah,
like
I hate the touch screens, and anything that's, more than 20 characters, I'm going to have a keyboard or I'm not going to bother doing it.
And my Kindle is especially frustrating because there are no left-handed friendly options. You can't make, for example, the take a picture button on the camera be on the left side. And because I'm left-handed and the right side is kind of awkward, I'll like frame the shot, but hitting the take picture button, I inevitably move the Kindle a bit. And that is deeply frustrating.
Yeah, I don't like even taking pictures with my cell phone because my hand's too twitchy.
Actually, Seraphim there, PCs cost too much, you say. You can get a gaming laptop for $1,300. You can get a Chromebook for like $300. They're not too expensive.
Like I say, my main issue is having a proper keyboard. I just can't deal with touch screens.
Absolutely agreed. I mean, seriously, I could not possibly agree more.
I mean, if at least they would give me something like those old slider phones, that they'd have the mini keyboard that slid out, that you actually have individual
yeah.
buttons.
Like a calculator, but with the alphabet.
Yeah. Well, I used to have a cell phone like that before I went to a smartphone.
Oh. You know what I remember was the flip phone I had. I think it was a Motorola that basically looked like a Star Trek communicator, more or less. And if you wanted to type, well, you had to use the number pad for the keys, but that corresponded to 3 different letters. So your phone would make you like sometimes hit those buttons multiple times, or if you type in, it'll eventually recognize the letter from the potential letter, or the word from the potential letters, or something. It was a giant pain in the butt.
Yeah, for some of the letters, you had to hit the same button 3 times for the right letter to come up.
Yeah, and it's like, But I mean, don't get me wrong. I like my phone. I don't want to browse the web with it.
No, and I don't see the need for it. I don't see why I have to have Twitter on me 24 hours a day. Because it really doesn't actually do anything useful. It's just a distraction or an entertainment at most.
Well, to be fair, I have had people give me really good advice on Twitter. You know, it's
The
like,
best advice I've gotten on Twitter is don't use Twitter.
well, I was asking people about that melatonin stuff, and I got a lot of good advice. I was asking people about my sleeping problems, my lack of REM sleep, and waking up too early, and I got a lot of good advice. So, I mean, Twitter has its uses.
Yeah, May just saying I bought a refurbished computer for 400, and the desktop that I'm replacing, I actually bought that one. It was a refurbished workstation that I picked up for about 300 because at the time I really couldn't afford a new computer, but I had a hard drive crash and needed something.
Well, it's definitely not time. Like, it feels too late to go out to the supermarket, even though it's open. I got to figure out some beverages because I'm starting to feel dehydrated.
There's this stuff called water. You find it
Yeah.
at a lot of sinks.
Here's the problem. I'm a super taster and I've never had water that wasn't bitter as
Yeah.
hell.
Yeah, I do run mine through a filter tank because in Minnesota we've got a lot of mineral deposits coming through.
Yeah, I have filters too. They don't kill the bitterness.
Yeah, it all depends on which minerals you've got coming in it.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's why I tend to cut any water with like Tang or Kool-Aid, because that kills the bitterness. It's about the only thing that does.
Yeah, that's why I drink mostly iced tea.
Mm.
I know what you mean, the water without some kind of flavor in it. Especially if it's not always the same water. You know, if I'm even at somebody else's house, it's going to taste a little strange.
Oh, golly. I mean, I took that nap and I'm tired already. I don't know. I'm starting to think something might be like medically, physically wrong with me. Like it might not just be like me doing things wrong or environmental shit or something. I'm worried I'm sick.
Well, I hope your kidneys aren't falling out.
Yeah, that would suck.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well.
And then fall on the floor and be all slimy and no, huh?
No. Hmm.
I don't know. What's this obsession with kids' legs?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's actually something I looked into is like laser electrolysis for the legs. And the place that I went to said it was going to be just under $4,000. And I was like, yeah, unless a rich relative dies and I don't have any of those, I'm going to give it a miss.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's expensive. That's the kind of thing where it's like, you know, you come into some money or you find a way to have like monthly payments, or you're already really rich and privileged.
yeah. When I get back, I'm going to go in for a consultation for the facial hair removal, but I very much expect it to wind up being that, yes, that's several times more than I could possibly afford.
Actually, how much is that? I wonder.
I don't know, but I expect it's going to come into being at least a couple thousand.
Hmm.
You
I
know, and
wonder if you can pay as you go instead of, like all at once.
You can. It just takes a hell of a long time.
Hmm.
well, and it's like not a permanent solution. So if I was doing it that way, I'd probably need to have it redone before I've had paid it off.
Electrolysis isn't a permanent solution?
Well, there is a difference between the laser hair removal and the electrolysis. The electrolysis is more likely to be permanent.
Oh, well, okay, that is kind of what I meant. I shifted gears from laser to the stabby
Yeah.
thing my friends tell me about.
Mm.
And even that, it's not really like guaranteed to be permanent. The results vary for different people.
Hmm. Well, I know I don't want to do the needle thing on my legs. That looks terrible.
Well, if it's done right, it shouldn't leave any marks afterward. I mean, it'll
That's,
leave marks that'll heal after a little while.
yeah, that's not the part I found terrible.
For me, it's
Uh,
a matter of if you can give me a pretty good odds that one of these is actually going to last a long time, I'm willing to do it.
hmm. Well, I wouldn't know.
Yeah, because, going out in a dress with a 5 o'clock shadow just doesn't work.
Yeah, it's a little
I
disconcerting.
think the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence might disagree.
It doesn't give the impression that I'm looking for. It doesn't make
Granted.
people immediately assume I'm a woman.
Granted.
And that's pretty much what it's all about. It's not that I'm going to be one of these cute, sexy little things or anything like that. I just, casual interactions. I just want people to just not question that I'm female.
Hmm.
Hmm. I think I could handle being a sex kitten.
Well, I mean, if the hormones do all that and I wind up that way, I'm not going to complain about it. But
Don't expect miracles. Oh my. I've got to see where is. There I am. Okay.
Rock you like a hurricane?
Yeah, pretty much.
well, I'm also not going to pass as a kitten unless they can do some serious trimming of the brow horns.
Okay. I don't know. I think the ears will help. If you're going to be a kitten, I mean. Of course, kittens tend to be a lot furrier than you already are, so.
Yeah, there's a furry kitten over there, and it's plenty furry.
I wonder what it'd be like if humans had fur like cats, like all over the body.
Well, as far as I understand it, we do have exactly the same number of follicles as the other apes have. It's just that the hair that grows out of those follicles is shorter and finer.
Okay, well, still, I'm saying I wonder what it'd be like if we grew fur the way other animals do.
Well, if that's the way we had evolved, then our standards of beauty would be based on that.
Yep.
Mm, Also,
And as far as having finer or coarser hair, and the color of the hair would be, the different beauty preferences that people would look for.
and also with the concealing power of fur, I wonder if we'd be walking around naked.
I think it's much more likely we would. That if we were completely covered in fur, we might not have ever felt the need to develop clothing.
And I mean, it's clearly warming too. Ugh, stop that, Kate.
Well, I do have to wonder what protective services the fur offers. Is it does it protect the skin from certain barbs and things that might slash and shred? So if you had a lot of fur, you'd be deflecting a lot of that stuff, and you wouldn't get hurt as much, and you'd just be better without another layer of stuff over the fur.
Okay. I'm not picturing what you're describing.
Well, the fur actually does offer some protection like that. Like if you're running through a forest, it offers some protection against like branches scratching the skin.
Yeah.
I can't imagine if something was long enough that it wouldn't get through, but okay. I know. I keep seeing Xander wanting to play with Columbia by wrestling, and then he does the dominance thing, biting her on the back of the neck, and I have to wonder how much those teeth hurt.
Okay, yeah. Why is not working? Gotta try to get the tube of tooth goop over here into the dispenser such that I can. There it goes. There, we've got it.
Okay. Well, I should get offline and wind down so that I can wake up at a decent hour to drive back home tomorrow.
And you'll be taking Diana with you.
I would like to, but all of her stuff is not going to fit in my car.
She can make 2 trips. If you have to, take a trank dart to her.
Well, I don't have a place to store her until an apartment opens up, though.
Oh. I
So
thought you were offering her a bed until then, but okay.
Can't do that.
yeah, it would
Why not?
violate my lease. We'd both get thrown
Oh.
out.
I didn't know that. All right.
Yep. Yeah, Section 8 will allow only a certain number of people to an abode, and they size it that way.
Well, pretty much any place you rent, you're going to have a specification for who's living there. And if you're going to have an extra person move in, you'd have to have a new lease drawn up.
Mm-hmm.
You're making me glad I own my place.
It's nice if you can own your own home.
Oh yeah, and unfortunately, that's becoming less and less possible.
Oh yeah, there's been studies that show. Like I heard about this house. It's like $590,000 is the asking price, and if you go inside, the rugs are soaked with urine. There's spray paint all over the walls. The place is just wrecked. It is like a hovel at this point, and people are making offers on it sight unseen. That's how bad the housing market is.
Oh geez, where is that? Where you are, or where is that in Toronto?
I don't remember. I just saw an article and I think a video, and that was. I got the macro story, not the micro details.
Okay.
I think I know the one you mean. I think I saw it come up as a story on the sidebar somewhere when I was on the internet.
Because I know in Toronto, the housing market is absolutely insane.
In a lot of cities, it's like that. And in a lot of places, just, if the neighborhood has improved, then the price of the land has gotten to the point that it may be worthwhile to bulldoze whatever building is there and start from scratch.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how long it's going to be, but here you can still get a house at a relatively non-insane price, but I mean, it's not that the average house here is $500,000 like it is in some places, but I don't know how long that's going to last. With all the gentrification going on.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm gonna drop off here.
Hey, have fun.
So, yep. Good night, everybody.
Well, since I've been living here, the price of this condo has appreciated by at least $100,000. I could like just easily sell it for a profit, but it is home, so I kind of
Yeah.
don't want to.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to say a word.
Mm.
But I never understood that whole thing. Yeah, where selling a house at a profit. You're living in the damn thing.
Oh yeah.
And I've never
Well,
been in a position where I could afford investment property. My wife had a rental property when we got married, but she sold that off eventually. It wasn't much. Just a crappy little double in Cleveland.
I don't think I'd ever want to live in Ohio. I've been there.
I certainly did not like living in Ohio. No, I'm glad I'm out. Even Pennsylvania is better than Ohio.
Hmm.
I don't know what
I
my
don't
perfect place would be. I don't know if there is a perfect place for me to live.
Well, I really regret leaving that awesome place I had in Seattle. If the weather hadn't been killing me, I'd still be there.
Hmm.
It was such a great place. It was bigger than this one, and it had this amazing view. So, yeah, Colleen, it's technically a condo. So, yeah, I own this place. My parents made some very good investments. I didn't. I was not born to monetary privilege. I was not adopted to it either. But like I say, my parents made some great investments, and they're kind of a little bit millionaires now, so they can help me out if I need it. And at the time, I was still pretty poor. I was like making nothing on YouTube, and I was living in this piece of shit like studio that was $200 a month and didn't have its own bathroom. Like I had to use the bathroom across the hall that was shared by the rest of that floor. And well, it kind of a little bit sucked. So like my parents looked at that place when they visited and said, well, this won't do it all. And they helped me out. And I mean, I'm not one to turn down a gift. I didn't ask them for it. I didn't even know they'd made those investments. I was shocked when they gave it to me.
Hmm.
So I don't know. I mean, I made a video a while back that was titled I'm So Damned Lucky. And it was just like me saying, wow, look at my privilege. I'm glad I have it. I'm luckier than most people. And I'm glad I am, but it's a little weird, you know? It's
Okay then.
just like I was sort of looking at it like, man, I have to appreciate this. I have to acknowledge this. I have to like not run on automatic and just assume this is how it's always going to be or how it is for everybody.
That's a good way to look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the slimy bastards bought my sister a house, and God, when they told me about it, God, they were so trepidatious about saying it. We bought your sister a house, and it's like, okay, fine. She owes you,
Mm.
not me.
I always kind of wished I had siblings. I mean, I look at how some sibs are like super close, and others just sort of like tolerate each other because they're family. But it's an experience I never had and kind of regret not having it. it's sort of like how, in a way, I almost wish I had an escape from religion story because so many other atheists do, and I already have enough that sets me apart. Of course, when I said that, what's her face, Rachel Oates or whatever, was like, "Oh my god, I was so fucking abused," and I'm like, "You realize there's more than one kind of church, right?" You know, and she's like, "I don't care." Yeah, it was just so obnoxious because she went from zero to raw in nothing flat, and nothing I said would like clarify or make her not react with the lizard brain. So eventually, I just fuck her and blocked her. It's one of the main reasons why I left the atheist community as much as I could, because like a lot of people, I mean, I've said people get so doctrinaire now, and one strike and you're out, with us or against us shit, and I'm sick of it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Is there a delay, or are you just waiting to make sure I'm done?
I think I'm making sure you're done. Either that or I'm just slow on the uptake.
Uh,
I am a little on the slow side here, but that's beside the point. It's like I think I'm gonna sleep most of tomorrow, um, and then come Thursday it'll be bleeding to a machine, and the whole thing starts over again.
well, you know what I have to say about that. Look on the bright side.
Find one of those, and I might look at it. Oh wait. Lord.
Okay, well, have fun, Von Rick. Dream well.
Von Rick's taking
I
off.
will
Okay,
not.
sweetness.
I will not quote The Princess Bride at you because it's kind of not relevant.
Yeah, there you go.
Actually, I should probably turn into a pumpkin too. I'm hungry again and kind of tired.
I've been eating cookies, and I know I shouldn't be eating cookies.
Hmm.
They're too calorie dense. I'll lose my girlish figure. Yeah, I know. Oh my. I don't know. I already poured a bowl of salad for lunch today, and I miss all the cheese and salami in it.
Okay,
Because I
well,
can pour a pound of salad into a bowl and then put a pound of, half a pound of cheese and half a pound of salami,
anyway, I really have to go.
Okay,
So,
honey. Well, you have a good night and a good sleep and a good rest and a good stuff and a good things and I don't know.
all right. Well, I'll probably miss it, so say bye to Perps for me, eh?
Okay is a good thing.
Yeah,
can,
because if I remember right, the departure time is tomorrow, and like early, and I'm not going to be around for it. I know it. So
yeah, well, it's going to be even that much earlier for you with your time zone. And, well,
yeah.
okay.
So point being, say bye to Perps for me.
Yeah, Kate says bye bye.
Yeah.
And, she's going to take off. And,
Yep. Good night, everybody.
and Perp says good night to everybody.
It's going to
And
take me a bit to wind down before I can actually sleep, but if I stay online, it's the mental stimulation will just keep me going and I won't get any closer to sleeping.
I'm going to be shutting down here in a minute, so yeah, I have to go to bed too.
Was it like almost 1 over there?
No, it's 11:45. It's quarter to
well, all
midnight.
right. Anyway, I'll see you later. Have fun.
Okay.
Bye bye, everybody.
Good night, honey. Okay, and I want to thank everybody who's here. I want to thank everybody who's not here. I don't know why you keep coming by. I really don't. Thank you for doing it. But I don't know why. I do hope you do keep doing it. But I don't know why. I'll be back on Sunday. And we'll do it over again. Okay? Sound good? Thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.